You may be seated.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good, restful weekend. Due to a scheduling issue outside of our control, Dr. Molina could not complete her testimony on Thursday. She's going to resume her testimony today, and she is still under oath. Mr. Dietary.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Molina.
Good morning.
So, the first thing I wanted to talk about with you today is, do you recall during your cross-examination, defense asking you about some certain clinical tests used to determine maltreatment in the clinical setting?
Not so much tests. I think maybe you're referring to certain measures that have been put forth in the literature.
Fair enough. In that you referenced Waterlow, Gomez, who, checklist. Do those sound familiar to you?
Yes.
And what are the purpose of those tools?
Those are measures put forth in the literature by various authors, Waterloo, Gomez, the WHO, which is the World Health Organization. And they're just measures useful, or let me rephrase, to aid clinicians when diagnosing, treating, and managing a patient with malnourishment.
And in reference, do you recall her asking about whether those tools were included within your own textbook?
Yes.
And specifically, she asked you about Waterlow and your textbook. Is Waterlow, is that cited within your textbook as it relates to starvation?
I don't believe so.
What, if anything, of those clinical tools is cited?
The WHO, the World Health Organization, put out a guideline, if you will, on the management and treatment of malnourishment. And that document, which includes Waterloo and Gomez, and that document is cited in the book.
So are those tools used to diagnose starvation after death?
No.
How are they used in the clinical setting?
Again, they're used to kind of grade, if you will, the level of malnourishment in a child. Level of malnourishment, child or adult, to guide treatment and management decisions.
Next thing I want to talk about is the organ weight. And what was your opinion as it relates to overall the organs and their weight?
Overall, the organs are all on the low side of normal when we look at ranges. So we can either look at, when we look at normal organ weights, we can look at a normal weight, which is usually a mean or an average, in which case all of them would be lower than average. Or we can look at a range, saying a normal organ might weigh somewhere between this and this. If we look at a range, the organs in this child in this case are all on the lower range of that normal range.
And let's talk specifically about the brain and the edema associated with the brain. The edema within the brain, would that have caused it potentially to weigh more?
Yes.
And so, with the brain having the edema, would you have been able to diagnose or determine if the brain was suffering from atrophy?
Unfortunately, the edema would then mask or cover up the atrophy. So we wouldn't necessarily be able to see atrophy in an edematous brain.
This story is talking about some 3 other potential causes of death, and I want to talk about those with you. First, I want to talk about arrhythmias. Are you able to diagnose arrhythmias post-mortem?
So just to clarify, an arrhythmia is an abnormal heartbeat. So it's a rhythm disturbance of the heart. We cannot diagnose those at autopsy because it's a rhythm disturbance, like an electrical disturbance. So much like deciding if a piece of electrical equipment has a short in it, it needs to be plugged in order to determine that. And so after death, we cannot see these electrical disturbances or arrhythmias.
In review of the records, did Benji, was there any documentation that he had an arrhythmia?
Not that I recall, no.
Are clinical arrhythmias usually fatal?
So in adults, sudden arrhythmias can be fatal. We call that sudden cardiac death. It's much less common in children without some sort of antecedent symptom or symptoms.
There were some questions about whether you did some genetic testing for arrhythmias. What would a genetic test shown you had you been able to do that testing?
So genetic testing just tells us whether or not someone might be susceptible to having an arrhythmia. It doesn't actually diagnose that they had an arrhythmia or that it even caused the death. It can just tell us that they might be susceptible to having an arrhythmia at some point.
So even if you had done the genetic testing and he was had the genetic predisposition, would that mean that he had died from some sudden arrhythmia?
Not necessarily, no.
As it relates to genetic arrhythmias, do they have, is there an overlap in sometimes anatomical findings?
Yes, sometimes.
And what is that?
Sometimes people who are predisposed to these arrhythmias or abnormal heartbeats also have anatomic abnormalities of the heart, meaning when we look at the heart, we can see that it's too thick or too big or has something structurally wrong with it.
And in doing Benji's autopsy, did you find any abnormalities as it relates to the anatomy of his heart?
No.
The fact that he may or may not have had an arrhythmia, does that even affect, or does that explain the non-nourishment?
No, it would not.
I want to move on to seizures. Was there, as it relates to seizures, is it your understanding, or is it borne out within the medical literature that when people die from seizures, it's usually the first seizure?
No, normally when people die from seizures, they have a seizure disorder. I'm not aware of any reports of the very first seizure someone ever being diagnosed with a seizure disorder and that being a lethal or fatal seizure.
In your review of Benji's medical records, was there any evidence to suggest that he suffered from a seizure disorder?
No.
And then looking at choking, asphyxiation, strangulation, was there any evidence that you received to seem to suggest that that was a potential cause of death?
No.
As it relates to coughing, Ms. Lawyers gave you this hypothetical where something was lodged and it was potentially, they coughed it out, and so you wouldn't have seen that as a cause of death. Is that a likely hypothetical?
If someone's able to cough out an obstruction, then that wouldn't have caused their death, because that is what coughing is for. And if we have the ability to cough, then our airway is not completely obstructed. To obstruct the airway, we wouldn't be able to cough it out.
Next thing I want to talk about is, in your autopsy, you make reference to blunt force injuries on Benji's body. What significance did that have in your determination of whether Benji, as to the cause and manner of death?
As far as the cause and manner, they likely didn't play a role. They were just a finding present at autopsy.
This story is talking about injuries consistent with CPR. What type of injuries are generally associated with CPR?
CPR injuries most commonly involve bruising on the center of the chest where the CPR is performed. And sometimes we might see rib fractures depending on the intensity of the CPR. Those are the most common. Rarely we might see some other internal injuries such as a laceration or a tear of the liver or some bleeding internally. But again, those are kind of the most common effects of CPR.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir, you have leave. Do you have permission to go about the program?
Thank you. Dr. Molina, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as evidence of State's Exhibit number 127. These injuries on his buttocks, the abrasions that you already testified to, are those consistent with CPR injuries, in your opinion?
So the contusions or bruises that we saw previously on the lower back, those would not be consistent with CPR.
And we talked briefly about Mongolian spots, but I never really explained what it is. What are Mongolian spots?
Mongolian spots are just an irregular pigmentation that some children have. Some adults have them as well. You're born with them and sometimes they fade, but it's a pigment in the skin. It's not an injury.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 129. I'm going to point to this part of, I believe, Benji's left arm. What did you notate this to be?
So, right above where the pin was, that's where we can see that kind of that purple discoloration. That's a contusion or a bruise there on the forearm.
And is that bruise consistent with a CPR injury?
No.
And State's Exhibit number 130, is that the same bruise?
Yes, it just has a measuring stick.
So when you first were doing the external examination of his body, did Benji have hair on his head?
Yes.
Okay. And during the autopsy process, you shaved that?
Yes.
Okay. So showing you State's Exhibit number 133, even with his hair on, do you see anything in there that, as it relates to any type of injury?
There appears there might be an injury underneath the hair, which is why the hair was shaved.
Kind of to the back right side of his head?
Correct.
And is this the State's Exhibit number 134? Is that the right side of Benji's head?
Yes.
Is there appear to be anything there to you?
It appears that there's maybe a patch of missing hair, but again, the hair is obscuring anything that might be on the scalp.
I'm going to show you cover up. State's Exhibit number 137. What injury, if any, do you see on Benji in this photo?
We see some contusions or bruises on the left side of the chest, kind of right along the side of the ribs.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 138. Is that those same injuries that you just mentioned?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 141. What injuries, if any, do you see on here?
Difficult to see from this view, but there's a bruise or contusion on the forehead, kind of at the hairline, and another one on the cheek below the eye.
Is that the right side of his face or the left side of his face?
That's the left side of his face.
Okay. And is that State's Exhibit number 143? Is that, again, the left side of his face?
Yes.
Is that the bruise you were just referring to?
Yes, it's kind of got a shine on it, but yes.
Okay. And then the one towards on his forehead and his hairline.
Yeah, it's right where the hairline is.
And then show you what's been admitted as state's exhibit number 144. Is that Benji?
Yes.
And what injury, if any, was on what's his right side of his face?
There's a bruise across the right forehead above the right eyebrow.
Right around here.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as state's exhibit number 148. What part of Benji's body is that?
That is the right lower leg
Okay.
and knee.
And what injuries, if any, do you see on his legs?
We see some bruises there just below the knee. And there's another bruise kind of right above the orange band on the lower part of the leg as well.
So right here, and then around right here.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as state's exhibit number 152. What part of Benji's body is that?
That is his right foot.
Okay. And what injuries, if any, are documented there?
We see a bruise going across the top of the foot right below it's kind of centered below the third toe.
This toe right here.
Yes.
And all the injuries we just talked about so far, and we're not going to run through them, but were any of these consistent with CPR injuries?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as state's exhibit number 158. What part of Benji's body is that?
That appears to be the right upper arm.
Okay. And what injury, if any, is seen in this photo?
We see a bruise or contusion right in kind of the center, right above the center of the ruler.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as state's exhibit 156, which I think is a better photo to document. Is that the injury to the forehead you were mentioning earlier?
Yes.
And then state's exhibit number 158, is that the bruise under the eye you previously mentioned?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's admitted as state's exhibit number 161. What part of Benji's body is that?
That is the left chin.
Okay, and what injury, if any, is documented in state's exhibit 161?
Again, we see another bruise there along the kind of margin of the chin.
Right around here.
Yes.
Showing you state's exhibit 164. What injury, if any, is documented in this photograph?
Again, we see those bruises of the left chest, as well as we also see a bruise of the left upper arm.
That bruise, the left upper arm, right around here?
Above the pin, yes.
Above
yes,
the pin, yes.
Right there.
Showing you what's been admitted as state's exhibit number 166. What injury, if any, do you see in state's exhibit 166?
This is the back of the left forearm, and we see a bruise there, kind of a purple area.
Kind of where I'm circling with my pen.
Yes.
Showing you what's been admitted as state's exhibit number 169. What part of Benji's body is that?
That is the left forearm again, and we see the bruise from another ankle.
Okay, and the bruise being right above my pen here?
Yes.
And state's exhibit number 170. Is that just a close-up of the bruise that was in 169?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as state's exhibit number 172. What injuries, if any, do you see in state's exhibit 172?
Difficult to see, but there's some bruising of the left knee and the, what we call proximal, the lower leg close to the knee.
And is that documented as well in state's exhibit number 174?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as state's exhibit number 177. What injury, if any, is documented in state's 177?
So there's again, it's not showing well in the photo, but there's a small bruise or contusion just below the right earlobe that's kind of surrounded by some erythema, which is redness.
I'm going to hand you the exhibit.
Oh yeah, much better. So the erythema and bruise.
So the bruise is where?
The bruise is right here, and then there's some erythema or redness along here.
Thank you. So you admitted at State's Exhibit number 183. Are these the abrasions that we talked about earlier?
The contusions, yes.
I'm sorry, I keep using those incorrectly. The contusions to his buttocks.
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit 185. Let me hand you 185. Without his head shave, were you able to observe any injuries?
Well, it appears there's some injuries under the scalp in this photo. So, I mean, there's some kind of purple discoloration, which are bruises, but you can't tell from this photo.
Okay. So again, you did, during the autopsy, shave his head.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted at State's Exhibit number 190. What part of Benji's body is that?
That's the right side of the head.
Okay. And what injuries, if any, do you see on State's Exhibit number 190?
There's some bruises on the kind of back side of the head.
Is it where I'm pointing my pen right here, as well as where I'm circling my pen right here?
Yes. Right there.
Showing you State's Exhibit number 191. Is that this area right here, his head, the same part of his head that's in right here with my pen in State's Exhibit number 190?
Yes.
And again, that's the contusion.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 194. Is that the contusion that was on his forehead, on his right side of his head?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 196. What part of Benji's body is that?
That's the left side of the head.
What injuries? And I'm going to show you State's 199. Easier to see. What injuries, if any, were on the right side of Benji's head?
On the left side of
Sorry,
Benji's
left.
scalp, we see, in both of these photographs, we see contusions or bruises.
And so where I'm circling with my pen right here,
Yes.
what about right here?
Yes.
And was this the bruise you were talking about? Was it within the hairline?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been admitted at State's Exhibit number 201. Is this what I'm circling with my pen, the same contusion right here on State's Exhibit number 199?
Yes.
And looking at State's Exhibit number 202, is that same contusion?
Yes, these are the same contusions.
And what part of Benji's head was this on?
This is on the left, kind of towards the top of the head, on the left side.
So towards the top of his head.
Correct.
Looking at State's Exhibit number 205, what part of Benji's head is that?
It's the back of the head.
I'm going to show you 208. Is that the same back of the head?
Yes.
What injuries, if any, do you see on Benji's head?
We have a contusion over the back of the head.
Is it right here as well as right here?
Yes.
And then looking at State's Exhibit number 209. Is that kind of the back right side of Benji's head?
Yes.
And those are the same, just kind of a different angle so you can get an idea of how the injuries are on his head.
Correct.
Looking at State's Exhibit number 210, what part of Benji's body is that?
That is his back.
Okay, and what injuries, if any, were notated on Benji's back?
There's a contusion across the left back.
So looking at State's 212, is that the injury right above the ruler you were describing?
Yes.
And then finally going back to State's Exhibit number 150. This is prior to shaving, you said, right?
Correct.
And so on this, are you able to see the bruises on his side as well as his face?
Yes, in his left arm.
In this photo, are you also able to see his ribs?
Yes.
How would you describe his stomach in this picture?
Scaphoid.
What does that mean?
It means it drops down instead of staying flat.
And is that instructive or informative of your ultimate opinion that Benji died from starvation?
The scaphoid abdomen
Yes.
can be a finding, yes.
All of those injuries that we just talked about, were any of those consistent with CPR injuries?
I mean, it's theoretically possible, but not the type of injuries we usually see, no.
I want to talk about the toxicology testing. I'm going to show you what's been submitted, State's Exhibit number 33. Defendant's Exhibit number 33. Does this contain the toxicology results?
Yes,
And does it also contain the chain of custody?
yes.
As it relates to toxicology and testing with the Garrett County Medical Examiner's Office, are you able to complete a lot of testing in-house?
Yes.
Were there some tests that, in this case, you sent out to another lab or another lab to complete testing?
There was one test, yes.
What test was that?
That was the vitreous glucose.
So all other tests were completed in-house?
Yes.
As it relates to the storage of the samples, where are samples that have been taken during autopsy, where are they stored?
So our office has our own in-house toxicology laboratory. And so after we obtain samples at autopsy, the samples are then taken to our toxicology laboratory and stored in their refrigerator, essentially, their large cooler, until testing is completed, in which case after that, they're frozen.
And so samples to include blood, how are those taken?
They're taken at the time of autopsy from available vessels and then placed into test tubes for testing from the toxicology laboratory.
And those test tubes often contain preservatives?
Yes.
And what's the point of that?
Well, we take several different types of samples depending on the type of testing that we want. Most commonly in postmortem examinations, we're doing toxicology for drugs, and that sample is particularly what we call a gray top tube, meaning it contains a preservative that inhibits bacterial growth so that the bacteria can't affect or change the results of anything in the tube. Additionally, we only use glass tubes so that the tube itself cannot change any of the results.
When talking about the and testing for ketones and acetone, did your laboratory test for those things?
Yes.
And why is that?
Acetone and isopropanol are ketones, are common findings, common chemicals found in various different disease processes. And so it's something that we need to test for and look for on pretty much every case that we do toxicology on. So it's just part of our routine panel.
How does one die from type 1 diabetes?
So there's multiple different ways that diabetes can kill you. It can kill you from kind of long-term sequelae or consequences, including heart disease, kidney disease. Diabetes can affect multiple organs in the body. More acutely, however, it can kill you by something called diabetic ketoacidosis. And that's where the sugars are just, there's not enough insulin for the body to process the sugar. So the sugars rise very high, resulting in a ketosis, which is where these ketones are created. And it creates an acidic environment of the blood. And all of this creates a lot of what we'll call metabolic disturbances in the body that can lead to death.
And so the ketones, including I'm going to say just ketones. Did your laboratory test for that?
We tested for acetone, which is the main ketone, yes.
And what was the result?
Negative.
And what does that indicate to you?
That there was no significant acetone or ketosis at the time of death.
So did Benji die from type 1 diabetes as it relates to going into diabetic ketoacidosis?
No.
One thing I want to talk with you about is there was mention during your cross-examination as it relates to the accreditation of the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office. Who accredits the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office?
Well, our office is accredited by the National Association of Medical Examiners, and our toxicology laboratory is accredited by the National Association of Medical Examiners in conjunction with the office's accreditation, but also the American Board of Forensic Toxicology, which is now part of ANAB, which abbreviation I don't know.
Okay. And during 2021, the front lab went into provisional status as it relates to the name accreditation.
The medical examiner's office went into provisional status, yes.
What does that mean?
It means that our association found that we were still doing good work and doing the work we needed to do. However, along with many other offices at the time, we had caseloads that were too high because, again, it was COVID, so our caseloads went up, and we had several retirements. So our workforce went down and our caseload went up. And NAME has limits on how many cases you should do to basically keep the well-being of the physicians and the other employees in mind and not overworking our workforce. Along with that, as part of that, our turnaround times went up, meaning how long it took us to close cases. So NAME has rules of how long it should take us to close a case, and as you can imagine, that went up as well.
As part of your duties, do you also complete inspections of other laboratories and medical examiner's offices?
Yes.
Do you know a person by the name of Dr. Eric Christensen?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
I first met Dr. Christensen. I know of Dr. Christensen. We're a very small group, so I know of Dr. Christensen, but I first met him when I inspected his laboratory, his office for the National Association of Medical Examiners.
And so that's that name accreditation?
Yes.
When did you do that?
March of 2020. It was either this year or last year. I'm going to go this year, 24.
Okay. And that was as part of the name accreditation process?
Yes.
Prior to that, was that medical examiner's office accredited with name?
Not at the time I performed the inspection.
Okay. Are you aware, does the Utah Medical Examiner's Office, do they have an in-house toxicology laboratory?
I do not believe so. I believe they send their laboratory testing out.
That's my question.
Sorry. lead this jury, would you?
No,
And you just testified that the organ weights were in the low range, correct?
correct.
All right. You have an article that you published that has the range of organ weights.
Yes.
Do you think it would be important for this jury to use your data to see where Benjamin's weight fell out?
You can?
Showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 43 and Defendant's Exhibit 44. Defendant's Exhibit 43 is your article, correct?
Correct.
It has the weights that you have said represent the ranges of organs.
Correct.
And then here is Defendant's 44, and would you agree, you can cross-reference it, it has the weights of Benjamin's organs, and then the weight ranges that you have said would exist for 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds, because he's right on the cusp, right?
On the cusp of being 5.
Yes.
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, I ask that Defendant's Exhibit 44 be admitted. I'm tendering a copy to opposing counsel. Yeah, because this is...
Objection.
Okay. Defense Exhibit 44 is admitted and may be published. So, an autopsy. This is, I'm showing you what's Defendant's Exhibit 44. I'm just gonna pull this so we can get it to the screen. Okay, can you see what's on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, and you would agree with me that in the left-hand column is the organ that you've identified in your autopsy report, correct?
And yes, I apologize. I didn't actually check those words.
Well, you can check them as we go, if you don't
Okay.
mind. Okay, So we have the organ identified over here, and on the top, you can see that this is the weight, and this is Benji's that you've identified the weight for. And then we have the range for a 4-year-old, and you can see that it's got dashes. And then we have the midpoint range, which is identified, which means it's in what's in, for instance, if we take the top line and we see that the brain has a range of 970 to 1,546, the midpoint would be 1,258, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then we did the exact same thing for the 5-year-olds
Correct.
because he's 4 years and 10 months.
Correct.
Okay, all right. So you would agree with me that on the brain, he's not close to 970, is he?
I would say he's, what I said was low, I believe what I said was the lower side of normal. So he is closer to 970 than he is to 1546.
Right, but he's not even close in these. Like, let's take the spleen, for instance. I mean, 16, and he's 40. He's between 40 and 9. You know, there's a big gap. I mean, he's not hovering at these lower end of the range like you're suggesting. I mean, he is within the range that you say is normal weights.
I believe my testimony was he was at the lower side of the normal range, which means he's less than midpoint. I also testified he's less than the mean, which is the midpoint, and on the lower side. I didn't say he was out of range, but he is on the less than half, not the more than half.
Okay. But in each of these, he's not like 1 or 2 above. I mean, he is significantly, like if we look at the left lung, I mean, he's a 138. He's the kidneys, he's 46, 49. I mean, and then if you come in over here, he's still, and look at it in the 5-year-old, he's still significantly inside of that range.
He is within the range, yes.
Now, when kids are weighed at the doctor's office, do they have their clothes and shoes on generally?
Oftentimes, yes.
Okay. And your weight at autopsy does not include that, correct?
He was not wearing clothing or shoes other than the diaper.
All right. And so on July 26th of 2021, Benji had a doctor's appointment, and it was with Little Buddies, correct?
I will take your word on that. I don't remember all the dates and the visits.
So I've marked this as Defendant's Exhibit 45 as a paper copy, but it's actually already been admitted into evidence, and I'm tendering it to opposing for review.
I just asked that you demonstrative judges it's duplicated.
Can you tell me what item of evidence it's already been admitted in? In 76.
Okay. Yes, I will. I'm going to sustain the state's objection unless, Ms. Sawyers, you want to re-urge it if you do find it necessary to admit it, but it's going to stay as a demonstrative.
I mean, but I can publish it.
Yes, ma'am.
So on this photo is already in evidence, and it says it came from July 26th, the day he goes to Little Buddies. And you can see that he's wearing a black shirt, some red shorts, and he's wearing high-top tennis shoes,
Yes.
right? Okay, so when you have a weight from a doctor's office, and you have to consider the fact that they're wearing clothes, and how much do you estimate that clothes with the shoes and the rest of the clothes that he didn't have on at your autopsy would have been?
Well, so I don't know how much the clothing plus the shoes would weigh, but normally at a doctor's office you slip out of your shoes to take a weight and a height, particularly for children. But again, I don't have that clothing, so I don't know how much that weighs.
Well, I mean, it could weigh a pound, correct?
Sure.
Okay, and if it weighed a pound, that would be a significant change in
if you, a pound translates to 0.5, approximately 0.5 kilograms.
Approximately.
Correct?
Yes.
And you have him down at 12.7
Correct.
kilograms, right? So that would come back up. Now we would have, instead of 12.7, if we added a pound per weight, then we're back up at 13.2, correct?
Oh, okay.
Do you understand the math there?
I do understand the math. I'm not understanding why we're adding.
Well,
Right.
if we're trying to compare apples to apples, right, we want to make sure that we're not misleading the jury into thinking that he has, we want to be as accurate as possible so that when he's getting weighed at these different places, like an ENT, at the ER, at his doctor's office, we cannot assume that he took his shoes off, correct?
It's normally standard of care to take your shoes off, but you would have to talk to the physician that he saw as to
Right.
whether or not that occurred.
But we can't assume that he didn't have them on.
Okay.
Is that, you don't know, you weren't there, right?
I do not know.
Okay.
Correct.
And when they go into the, to the ER, you don't know if they take their shoes off.
Correct.
You don't know if at an ENT, an ear, nose, and throat doctor, if they have them take their shoes off.
Correct.
And you didn't call Dr. Lopez at Little Buddies and say, hey, did you weigh him with his shoes or without his shoes? Did you?
Correct.
Okay, so the point being is that while you have this weight of 12.7, it's disingenuous, or it can skew the number depending on whether the prior weights were actually with or without shoes on and with or without clothes on, correct?
There is a variability there.
Okay, it can vary, right? And so we
Correct.
have to consider the fact that he could have been a whole pound more on the weight scale just because of clothes. All right, so we have this, we have those weights. And then let's talk about the accuracy of your autopsy. So we are, you have that, Defendant's Exhibit 33? Okay. Now, you would agree with me that most of the time when we're trying to be accurate and we're measuring somebody, it's not going to turn out into whole numbers. It's going to be, for instance, in your measurement of 39 inches tall, it could be 39 inches or 39 and a quarter, 39 and a half, 39 and 3/4, correct?
Correct.
But in your autopsy report, you're just slapping down this whole number without any increments, 39 inches, right?
Correct.
Then we go to the weight of 28 pounds. Again, it's a whole number without any kind of variable. So if we had 28 pounds, 0.5, 28 pounds, 0.9, that is different. That's almost, although not quite, 29 pounds. It's somewhere in the middle. But because you would agree with me, you didn't give us any decimal points out, we can't figure out if he's at the higher side of 28 or the lower side of 28, correct?
No, because if there were decimal points, we would have put them. So 28 pounds was 28.0,
Okay.
and 39 inches was 39.0.
So your office did the Giovanni case, right?
Correct.
And Dr. Frost was your mentor, or one of them?
He was my boss at one time, yes.
And this is an autopsy report that you signed off on.
I would assume so, I can't see it.
Okay. And you would agree with me that not only do we have the problem that you don't give any increments, and we're just supposed to trust that it was exactly exactly 39 inches and exactly 28 pounds. You don't convert that in your autopsy report on paper to the kilograms, right? So we have, if you look
Judge,
at,
at this point, I'm going to object to a compound question.
I'll rephrase.
If you could, please.
Showing you Defendant's Exhibit 35, which is an autopsy report, the only other autopsy report that you claim found starvation in the medical's office, examiner's office, in the last 20 years, correct?
The cause of death was starvation.
And looking at that, it shows that he didn't measure in inches or in pounds, correct?
Judge, at this point, I'm going to object to the relevance, and I'm also going to object as it relates to talking about this other autopsy, which has not been any nexus as it relates to the relevance.
Ms. Sawyers, just one second, let me review your question. Okay, can the parties approach, please?
Giovanni's case, you would agree that he's measured in grams and kilograms, right?
He's measured in grams for weight.
Okay. And he's not measured in inches, he's measured in centimeters, correct?
He's actually measured in inches and centimeters.
Okay. And on the centimeters, how far out does it go?
93 point, oh, by 1 decimal point, is that what you're asking?
It goes out in decimal points in the centimeters, correct?
Correct.
And in the weight, how far out does it go?
Well, there's no decimal points, he's measured in grams.
Okay. So, well, it says 7,170 grams, correct?
Correct.
Which is 7.17 kilograms.
Correct.
Okay, so I apologize for that. But, so when you're talking about this, the reason that it's important, would you agree, is because converting all of this starts to create, but in order to do a BMI, your BMI is not in is not in inches to pounds, correct? It uses kilograms and centimeters.
So BMI is kilograms per meter squared.
Okay, but it uses the metric system.
Correct.
It doesn't use inches and pounds, so you have to now convert your inches and pounds, and when you convert them, how you round matters. Because, would you agree with me, if you had 36, I'm sorry, you said 39. It's 39 inches, and you have 28 pounds, when this can be anywhere from 39.0 to 39.9, and that's all 39 inches, correct?
Not in our case, no, that is not how we report things out.
Well, you didn't give us what your decimal point was. So we, again, would just have to trust you that you rounded correctly, either down or up, right?
So 39 inches, when we measure, if it's 39 and a half, we say it's 39 and a half. If it's 39 and a quarter, we say it's 39 and a quarter. So what would be fair would be if it was 39.0 to 39.25, or actually not even that, because if you're closer to a quarter. So it would have to be 39.0 to 39.15 to estimate. But we are no more than 39 and a quarter, because we would have called it 39 and a quarter.
All right. And so we just have to trust you on that, because that, again, you didn't give us that data, so we don't know. We have to trust your rounding here. So you got rounding here, and then when you convert this, because now you have to take these numbers and you have to convert it to centimeters or meters, right?
Correct.
And this is the metric system. And so when we convert it again, there is this room for error, because we are now taking the number that you have rounded, and now when we convert it, it's also rounded. So the point is that by not measuring in the item, centimeters, and this would be kilograms, the system in which you're actually coming up with your BMI, and you take your BMI and you make that part of your ultimate, like, big conclusion, right? You're looking at this BMI, and your ultimate conclusion is based on the BMI, correct?
That is a finding listed in the conclusions.
All right. And in order to get the BMI, these numbers right here are what you ultimately have to use to get to the BMI.
Correct.
So you got to go through this whole process, whereas if you had just started and measured to begin with the centimeters and the kilograms, we wouldn't have this increased rate of error, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, there's still variability in measurements.
Well, here's the thing. If you have a difference in a whole pound, you're 28, somewhere in there, if half a pound equals, if half a pound would equal how many kilograms?
So it would be about 1 kilogram.
1 kilogram, right? And so we have this increased rate of error when we go down that path that it does not allow us to be as accurate. So now we have the added shoes potentially, we have this rate of error, and somewhere in there we have only lost, when you look at it, his last weight on your chart, right? It's on States Exhibit 110. His last weight was 13.43 kilograms before you say that he weighs 12.7. Right?
Correct.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 108. This is from his August 10th visit to San Antonio Ear, Nose, and Throat. And would you agree with me that the doctor makes a general appearance note, and he says Benji is well developed, well nourished, and in no acute distress?
Yes.
Okay, so we have his weight there is 13.43 kilograms, correct?
Correct.
All right, and this is 8/10 of 21. And then on your measurement on 8/18/2021, you come up with 12.7 kilograms, right?
Correct.
So we have a difference if we were to back that out. We have a difference of 0.73 kilograms, right? Between this number and this number.
Correct.
All right, so from the last time a doctor saw this child, he's all to the time you weigh the child. And in this visit, he's well nourished and no acute distress. And you say that between here and the time you weigh him, this figure is what supports your, at least in part, supports your theory of starvation, right?
The negative 0.73?
Yes.
No,
That he's lost this weight.
but not necessarily that 1 point.
Okay. Well, we can back it up even more, and the one before that is 13.8, correct?
No. Correct.
All right, so let's back it up to the 13 point, and let's be accurate, 13.84. All right, and so now, within that time period, and this one is gonna be for 7/26/2021. And now the difference here is 1.14 kilograms, correct?
Sorry, yes.
All right. And so we just got through saying that 1 pound of clothing is at least 0.5 kilograms. And then we have this conversion issue that can also create additional. So we need to make sure that we are not misleading this jury by comparing.
Judge, I'm going to object to the constant sidebar misleading to your comment.
Sustained. You can rephrase your question, Mr. Sawyers, please.
The point is that while we are talking about weight loss, and it is not so significant that a pair of shoes or miscalculations can also attribute to some of it, correct?
I think that's a difficult characterization. We're not looking at single points, we're looking at trends.
All right, and that's a great point. So we're gonna jump off onto that. Here's defendant's exhibit 34. And you would agree with me that this is your graph that you charted, right?
It appears to be.
Okay, with some notations of dates and stuff that's added to it. But when we look at this, if a child drops off the curve, it doesn't mean they're gonna die, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you can see that back when Benji was 8 to 10 months, he does drop off the curve.
Correct.
Do you know what happened in those 8 to 10 months?
I do not know exactly, but no.
Okay. So if he had an infection, like he had ear problems and cold, would that sound about right?
For him to drop off the curve from that,
Those are what those visits were when he went in, correct?
correct, but that would not necessarily explain him dropping off the curve, no.
The point is that if we get sick or we don't feel good, we might not eat as much, right?
Correct.
And so it'll drop us off the curve, but it doesn't mean we're gonna die.
Correct.
All right. Now, let's talk about your length of time for the food to go from the mouth to the colon. Are you aware that there are studies out there that say that it can happen in as little as 10 hours?
No.
Are you aware that Dr. Lufkifer has testified it takes 6 to 8 hours?
No.
Would you disagree that it can be that short?
No.
So you would agree that it gets confusing because we had double negatives there? Sorry. You would agree that it's possible for food to travel from the mouth to the colon in as little as 6 hours or as much as 3 days?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a range.
Correct.
All right. And did anyone show you the photo of the food that was found, a photo of food that was found on Miranda's phone that was taken a day before Benji passes?
I don't recall.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked as defendants 46 and 47. And I'm going to ask, looking at that photo, does it look like it could be similar to what's in the gastric contents of what was found in Benji's stomach?
Could they have, similar, I'm going to say no. However, could this be the remnants, like they're both coming from, I think that's what you're asking me. Could they be coming from, could the gastric contents be the seeds from what appears to be peppers? I mean, yes, but I think they could potentially come from the same thing, but they're not similar in appearance.
Because by that point, it's in the gastric content, so it's not going to look like this photo.
No, we would, you can see, without describing gastric contents, I mean, if this were the gastric contents, we would have seen differences.
Okay, and his stomach has been suctioned. You say by a nasal gastric tube, right?
I said there was documentation that a nasogastric tube was placed.
Ms. Sawyers, what number is that, please?
46 and 47.
Thank you very much.
And then, but you would agree with me in State's Exhibit 2 that he doesn't have a nose tube, correct?
Correct.
That tube's in his mouth.
Correct.
Now, dehydration. You would agree with me that you do not have a finding of dehydration in this case, correct?
Correct.
And that is because, per your own publication, he doesn't meet the criteria for dehydration.
Dehydration on its own.
And so, let's talk about, so if Dr. Lucifer claimed that that Benji was dehydrated, your findings did not substantiate that.
Correct. I use the term non-diagnostic.
Meaning that you have your specific publication, Benji didn't have renal failure, did he?
So there's no evidence of renal failure.
Okay. And your publication specifically states in individuals with dehydration, there will be sodium is usually going to be higher than 160, chloride greater than 145, and then vitreous urea nitrogen greater than 40, correct? Do you need to see
That is consistent. I don't know exactly what's in there, but sorry, that is consistent with yes.
Okay, and when you compared Benji's results to your criteria, he didn't meet those criteria, correct?
Correct.
So let's talk about your labs in-house. Now, Dr. Lucifer acknowledged that how a sample is preserved is important because it affects the accuracy of the results that follow. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
All right. So when we talk about your in-house labs, you stated that it was refrigerated until they do their testing, correct?
Correct.
And then they freeze it.
Correct.
showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 48. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
All right. And it's a photo of what you say is still preserved at the ME's office.
as of the date the photo was taken.
Okay.
Some of the items that are still preserved as of the date the photo was taken.
But in regards to toxicology samples, or blood sample, urine sample, vitreous fluid sample, that's all contained in this photo, correct?
Pictures. Yes,
I mean, you were specifically asked to take a photo of what y'all were maintaining.
correct.
And in regards to your samples of bodily fluid, whether it's blood, urine, vitreous from the eye, gastric contents, it's all in that picture.
The toxicology samples.
Okay, thank you. At this time, Your Honor, I ask for Defendant's Exhibit 48 to be admitted.
I have no objection.
Defendant's 48 is admitted and may be published.
All right, now, you claim that there's no acetone found, correct?
Correct.
And in regards to acetone, did you write in your chapter 4, of your textbook, that it has been reported acetone concentrations between 4 and 158 milligrams per liter in 5 starvation cases have been noted?
Yes,
Okay, so we don't have acetone here, according to you, but would you also agree that there is volatility in how we preserve our samples, right? It can make them, if they're not preserved correctly, it can affect the underlying sample integrity.
depending on the assay performed, yes, if samples are not preserved correctly, there can be some variation depending on what you're testing for and depending on the sample.
So in particular, like if we're testing for ketones and we do not preserve the sample correctly, then by the time we go to test for it, they may no longer be there, or they'll be there at a much lower level, correct?
It depends on the ketone. Ketones are relatively stable, so it would depend on the length of time. There's a lot of variability there, but it's possible.
Did you do, so you say that, did you test for the additional ketones of acetate, pronounce this right, acetoacetate? I might be pronouncing it.
Acetone acetate?
Thank you. That word. Did you test for that?
No.
Did you test for beta hydroxybutyrate?
No.
Okay, and those are also ketones, right?
Correct.
And so in your defendant's, or what I'm showing is Defendant's Exhibit 48, it shows six vials to the left, correct?
Correct.
And then 2 vials in the middle,
Correct.
and then this is the gastric contents.
Correct.
All right. And if you look at the picture, for the portion of the picture that says vitreous, you might need to, let me see. I don't know, I might have to get a digital copy. Can you see that there's someone that is, what day do you take the vitreous sample?
The date of the autopsy, so the 18th of August.
Okay. And then there is on that tube, there is, the next date is September 23rd, 2021, correct? It's hard to see. Do you want me to give you the digital? So you can blow it up.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize.
No worries. I don't make it in your space.
So I see potentially 3 dates listed. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. What dates do you see?
8/23, 21, 9/27. I think it's a 21. If not, it's a 24. I think it's a 21. And 10/26, and I'm going to guess that's also a 21.
Okay. And so looking at your, now vitreous was sent out, right? That's the one that's sent out,
One of the tests was sent out
and that would be on the vitreous.
for one analyte.
Did you use the vitreous fluid to test for the ketones?
Yes.
Okay, so it's the same sample that we're dealing with. And do you have your Defendant's Exhibit 33? Now, you said that the chain of custody is going to be in here, in your documents, correct?
Correct.
And turning to your toxicology report, can you find, I'll let you find it. The one that you claim is when it would have been in-house. What date was that done?
For the vitreous or the blood ketones? Is that, which one are we talking?
Well, you said the vitreous.
They're actually done together. They're both, so ketones were tested for the blood and the vitreous. So
Okay.
acetone was done on blood and vitreous. I believe it's the same date. Let me just, yes, it's August 23rd of 2021.
It's tested on August 23rd or it's tested on September 27th?
No, it's tested on August 23rd.
Okay. August 23rd. And then where
And this is the blood,
okay.
and then this is the vitreous, August 23rd.
And this one is done
August 23rd.
August
This
23rd.
is the vitreous.
Now, this is collected, right?
Correct.
And this is, you say it's tested?
Correct. For the acetones, that's what you asked me for.
In-house.
Correct.
And then when is it sent to the lab? When is the vitreous sent to the lab for NMS?
October 28th, 2021.
And this is to test the glucose, right?
Correct.
And when does that arrive at the FedEx facility? It's shipped FedEx, right?
Correct.
When does that arrive?
They come to us.
I mean, but you can tell when it arrives.
You mean,
Let me show you.
So when it arrives at NMS?
Yes, at NMS.
Okay, sorry,
That's okay.
so when it arrives at NMS, October 30th, 2021.
Okay. And let's talk about the stability of glucose and vitreous. Would you agree with me that it will decrease rapidly if it's not preserved correctly?
It'll decrease rapidly in the body, yes, and then it decreases further if it's not preserved.
Okay, and in fact, NMS Labs notes on there that if it's not frozen, first off, it needs to be frozen,
Correct.
and then it needs to be within 30 days.
Well, I believe what it says is stability of vitreous glucose for up to 30 days has been noted by NMS Labs when specimens are maintained frozen. So that means it is stable for 30 days.
And in this case, it's not frozen. We don't know when it got frozen because there's also, by looking at those samples, you saw that someone got into the sample in September 23rd of 2021, correct?
I believe it was September 27th, but
Okay,
but yes,
September 27th.
there's a date on it that I can tell you.
September 27th, right? Yes.
Would you let me know when this is time to take a break? I don't want to interrupt the subject, but once you...
Yes, Your Honor. I will. Let me finish this one.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Do you see
Do you-
on your toxicology report that there's actually going to be someone that they say that the completed date is 9/30/2021 for your toxicology?
Sorry, mine's now out of order. So. Yes.
Okay, so while you claim that they did the test on 8/23, we now have the report that's saying that not only did someone, we have the vial, excuse me, that says not only did someone go in there and get the vial on 9/27, but we now have the report saying that it was done and completed on 9/30, correct?
I think you're misunderstanding our laboratory data and what all of this represents. So that report you're asking me about being completed on 9/30 is all tox testing, not one particular test. And the date from 9/27 was an additional test that was done, not acetone. So we document each time we go into a vial to perform each different test. So these are different tests being done. So you have to go to the data to see that.
All right, and so if you're, and I'm looking at your data, you would agree that there's other testing being done on August 25th, correct?
Yes, but that's on blood.
I understand.
Okay. But yes, there's lots of different testing being done on different dates.
So August 25th.
Are you looking for the other vitreous test? It
I'm
looks like
looking
this.
for, I'm looking for one that I know is on the 27th.
It's this one. You're looking for this one.
Okay, so there was a test done on vitreous on the 27th of
Correct.
September?
On 27th,
Okay.
yes.
All right, and so you cannot tell us when exactly any of this got put into a freezer, correct?
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, at this time.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and take our morning break. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. Please remember my instructions. Thank you very much.
All right, for the jury. may be seated.
Ms. Sawyers?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so you also would agree with me that the urine was not tested for ketones, correct?
Correct. I actually just don't recall if there was urine, but correct.
And there was stool in his diaper. There was a large formed bowel movement,
Correct.
and that wasn't tested, correct?
Correct.
Growth arrest lines were not looked at, correct?
So x-rays were done. Arrest lines are on x-rays. X-rays were done at the time of autopsy. And then the x-rays have since been reevaluated. But at the time of the autopsy, the x-rays were performed and arrest lines weren't seen. However, again, in order to have an arrest line, you actually have to have an arrest and then regrow.
So, to be clear, you don't know anywhere in your autopsy that you considered whether or not he had growth arrest lines, correct?
So in the autopsy where that would be noted is the fact that full body radiographs were performed.
And there's no finding that he has a growth arrest line.
Correct.
And you don't know, to this date, this is the first time you have ever disclosed that you looked at growth arrest lines.
So I looked at the x-rays. However, at the time of the examination, I was the one looking at the x-rays. I was asked a few weeks ago about growth arrest lines and asked to look at the x-rays. And we now have a forensic anthropologist who is an expert in bones on staff.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object to the fact that we have disclosure and discovery of evidence.
Judge.
Yes, please do.
now you say you looked at growth arrest lines and you would agree that you didn't find any growth arrest lines, correct?
I would say at the time of the autopsy, I did not appreciate growth arrest lines on the x-rays.
Well, at the time of the autopsy, you took x-rays.
Correct.
And it's those x-rays that you've now looked at and you can confirm there's no growth arrest lines, correct?
So I've now looked at from a week ago?
Yes.
So yes, I have looked at those x-rays from a week ago and there appears to be growth arrest lines.
Oh, so now you're claiming there's growth arrest lines?
So again, at the time of the autopsy, I did not appreciate them, but when looking at them with an expert on x-rays and bones, they were highlighted to me.
Did you disclose this to the state?
I may have mentioned to the state that I re-looked at the x-rays after a hearing.
When did you tell the state that?
I don't recall.
Was it 1 week ago, 2 weeks ago, before this trial started?
I don't even recall if it was before the trial started.
Was it yesterday?
No.
Was it the first day you got here?
I honestly don't recall. I've had multiple conversations with counsel on this case. I don't recall.
So are you an expert in growth arrest lines?
I don't know what an expert in growth arrest lines is.
Well, considering the fact that you had already made a finding of autopsy and you filed your findings of starvation without growth arrest lines, correct?
Correct.
And now, when questioned about growth arrest lines, you claim miraculously that you've now identified growth arrest lines.
I'm going to object to the sidebar as it relates to miraculous.
Sustained.
So now in your question about it, now you see.
I will say that again, I did not appreciate the growth arrest lines at the time of the autopsy when I looked at the x-rays myself. An expert in x-rays and bones also looked at the x-rays, who's now hired by our
Objection,
office.
Your Honor. There's been no other expert that's been disclosed, and this goes in violation.
Ms. Sawyers, can you approach, please?
may be seated.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on with testimony, I have a short instruction for you. The court is going to instruct the jury that you shall disregard any question or answer that has regarded the subject of growth arrest lines. Thank you very much, Ms. Sawyer.
And in your autopsy or findings, you did not find any organ, you did not review the fingernail, you didn't send the fingernails off for any kind of testing, correct? Your child?
Correct.
Didn't send the hair off for any kind of testing, correct?
Correct.
And the stomach contents weren't tested.
Correct.
You did not find any organ failure.
I would need clarification.
You found no evidence of an organ failing, right? You didn't have kidney failure, liver failure.
Prior to death.
Okay, so. you don't
Organs
have-
fail at death, so.
Prior to that, or you didn't find in particular one organ that, that failed. At the time of death, there's no specific organ that's identified as having an issue, because you looked at the slides, right?
Right. So I'll say correct. I think that's what you're getting.
Yeah, because you take slides of the tissue and you look at it under the microscope,
Correct.
right? And you didn't identify any particular organ that you believe had failed in specifically, like a specific organ, like liver, kidney, spleen.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when we talk about the contusions and abrasions, would you agree that these did not contribute to your finding of starvation?
Correct.
And they're non-specific. You didn't have a specific finding associated with them as to how they were caused, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you can't tell how those contusions or abrasions were caused, correct?
Correct, other than blunt force. Correct.
Okay, and again, we go back to the definition. Blunt force isn't by ballistic, it's not by a firearm.
Correct.
And it's not by stabbing.
Correct.
So if it's not ballistic, not firearm, and it's not stabbing, the only other type of category of injury is that blunt force.
Correct.
So it's just a category that contusions and abrasions go into.
Well, it's how they're sustained, yes, by a blunt force. But there could be any number of blunt forces, to go to your question. I can't say what blunt force caused those contusions.
And during the break, you had an opportunity to view a video of Benji, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that he is engaging in self-harming behavior.
Correct.
And that we can't rule out what injuries on his body came from his own behavior, correct?
Correct.
All right, now in regards to thymus atrophy, that's also a non-specific finding, meaning the fact that someone's thymus is not present does not mean they have starvation.
Correct.
So it could be, for instance, it's caused by stressful events, right?
Physiologically stressful events, yes.
And you're aware that Benji was removed from his biological mother when he was approximately 2.5 years old, correct?
I was aware he was removed. I don't know the timing.
Okay.
So, but yes.
And you don't know the facts behind why he was removed.
Correct.
Now, lastly, I want to approach and show you Defendant's Exhibit 34. There's been this ongoing discussion about y'all have said, you've made this comment that the decline in weight starts from his 10th month, right, 10 months back. You've come up with this 10-month period.
48 months, I believe.
Okay.
So it's 10 months, yes.
So-
That's 48 months.
And you're
we just had.
basing it off of this data point? Because this is 48 months. If we were to
Correct.
draw, so it's this data point that you're looking at?
Correct.
Correct? But if this data point is wrong, because it is an outlier, it's off of his curve, most of his life he's tracking along the 5th percentile, which you've already acknowledged, correct?
Correct.
But if this is an outlier and it's not accurate for some reason, and we're still along this curve, you would agree with me that really the really significant drop is going to be at July 21st, 2021. Right here where he is with CHOSA, and for the first time we have that weight that's between 14.6, I don't want to get it wrong. In the same day, he loses 1 kilogram, right, in weight. So we're here on 7/21, and at the Pearl ER that morning, he was 14.6.
Correct?
And then that evening, he's 13.8 at CHOSA,
As documented.
as documented,
Yes.
right? And so that date is right here where they're on top of each other, right? Where you see this dot is on top of this dot.
Correct.
Okay, and so really we're only talking about this precipitous drop off, not from a 10-month period. We're really focused on what's going on right here in this 3 to 4 week period, correct?
I think that's where the precipitous is, but the trend has to start back further.
Well, and that you would agree is an opinion because you're basing it on stuff that he historically has never tracked on the 25th percentile, except for 2 data points, which we don't know what he was wearing, whether he was wearing jeans or how that was weighed or if they're even accurate.
So that's possible. We also don't know the data points of that several month period where there's no data points.
Well, but even with that in mind, the point is with the data we do have, it does seem that when we are back here at the 4-year well check, he's right back on the curve of the 5th percentile. Right? The 48 months is the 50. I don't know if this is 50 or 48 right here.
So that appears to be 50? Which point?
So this one is, so this 4-year well check right here at Little Buddies, he is measuring 14.1. So he's right back on the growth curve. And here, while it looks significant, that is, they measured him at Northeast Baptist at 14.8. So it's not a huge difference, it's about a pound difference.
Correct.
Okay, so let's not confuse the issue here. While it looks like a big difference, we're talking about 1 pound, whether they're off, we don't know at this one right before it. In any event, would you agree with me? He tracks the 5th percentile, and it's this period right here that's super significant from 7/21 until he passes on 8/17.
I would say that's where we have the most data points. So, but again, we're seeing this trend.
Okay, well, we have 3 data points that show him all on the 5th percentile, right? We have his 4-year well check. We have the one where he goes for his, he goes into CHOSA 325 and 4/1 of 2021. And then we have our data from 7/21.
Correct.
And so earlier you had stated that there's this clinical history of precipitous weight loss 2 months before. But you would agree with me that there's no data points at 2 months before. The furthest back from the 7/21 is going to be March 25th and April 1st, which is 4 months. So while you keep saying this 2-month period, would you agree with me it's misleading because 7/21 is the next data point. So we only have data points for the last 3 weeks of his life. that show the precipitous drop.
For clarification, I don't believe have kept saying it. I believe it's just documented in the report. So, but yes, it appears that that 2 months is not a full 2 months, correct?
It's just from that 7/21 on. Okay, pass the witness.
I just have a couple questions, Judge.
Okay.
We'll start with the growth chart. You have that with you? You have that with you?
I have mine. This, not the, maybe I can look there.
Just read it here.
Sorry.
So, Ms. Sawyer's describes these 2 points as outliers, but I want to look at those 2 points in specific. So, the first one is at 40 months. Where was he weighed at?
The Children's Hospital of San Antonio,
And what was his weight?
13.5 kilograms.
And what date was that taken?
February 3rd, 2020.
So wintertime.
Correct.
Okay. When somebody's more likely to wear like a jacket and pants and more cold weather clothing,
Sure.
right? Fair to say? I mean, it's San Antonio, but the next one at 48 months, how much was that weight?
14.8.
And where was that taken?
Northeast Baptist.
So 2 different facilities, right?
Correct.
And there's been a gain in weight.
Correct.
And when was that taken again?
September 29th, 2020.
Okay, so almost exactly 4 years ago,
Yes.
roughly.
Yes.
For day lines. Have you had to wear a jacket outside in the recent history?
No.
Okay. So when we're more likely to be wearing like shorts and t-shirts and things like that.
Yes.
So we have 2 different facilities and he's weighing on both of those at the 25% growth curve, right?
Just about.
Okay. Next thing I want to talk to you is the defense was talking about the organ weights, specifically number 44, defendant's exhibit 44. In looking at that, you, as it relates to the mid 4-year-old, that's the midpoint.
Yes, that's what it's called. I believe that's the mean.
And then the same thing for 5-year-olds, right?
Yes.
He's closer to 5 than he is 4, fair to say, at the time of his death?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at the 4-year-olds, he's below the median on every single one except for the heart, right?
Correct.
And then when we look at 5-year-olds, he's definitely below the median on all of those.
Correct.
Okay. So on the lower half of the weights.
Correct.
Okay. When we look at that Pearl ER visit, I want to show you the record as it relates to that. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit number 107. And it says, weight 14.6 kilograms stated. What does that indicate to you?
That usually means that the doctor asked, how much does the child weigh, and someone told him an answer.
And so we have a point on the same day at CHOSA, right?
Yes.
And what was that weight?
13.8.
As it relates to his height and his weight, Ms. Sawyer talked a lot about whole numbers. Remember that testimony?
Yes.
Was his weight 28 pounds?
Yes.
Was it? Why didn't you use a decimal place?
Because in our office, if you're under the age of, if you're 2 or under, then usually we'll weigh in kilograms, which gets you your decimal places. If you're over that age, then we weigh in pounds and we measure in inches, and we we round to the nearest quarter. So it would be 28 and a quarter, 28 and a half, 28 and 3/4. When you get less than that, there's variability in the measurements, variability in the scales. So it's just the convention in our office that's what we use, which is why it's not 28.0, because that would indicate that I'm saying there's absolutely nothing. But the convention in our office, again, is to use quarter, half, 3/4, and the weights. Same thing with when we measure. It's quarter, half, and 3/4.
Okay. So he's not 28 and a quarter pounds, fair to say?
Correct.
He's 28. And how many inches?
39 inches.
And he's not 39 and a quarter, fair to say?
Correct.
The video that you reviewed over the break where Ms. Sawyer says that Angie was engaging in self-harming behaviors, was he hitting himself very hard?
It did not appear so.
And when the person on the video told him to stop, did he stop?
I don't recall that in the video that I was shown. There was no sound.
Okay. Then, last thing I would say is that Ms. Sawyer's referenced your article in which stated that there was acetone concentrations between 4 and 158 milligrams per liter in 5 starvation cases. We looked over the citation for that at the break, correct?
Correct.
And that particular article that it's referencing is related to post-mortem biochemistry and suspected starvation-induced ketoacidosis. Is that fair? So that was the name of the article?
Correct.
Is this a case of starvation-induced ketoacidosis?
No.
So it has no relevance to this case?
Correct.
I will pass the witness.
Sorry, we have a bit of time.
So, in regards to that video, you would agree that he's punching his face, correct?
He's hitting himself in the face, correct?
Yes, with a closed fist.
I'd need to see the video. I'm sorry.
Well, it's 4 minutes long.
Can I just see the little snippet? We didn't watch the whole video, so just the same snippet. And yes, the face appears closed.
And sorry. It appeared to you that for 4 minutes he's hitting himself in the face with his fists,
With his hand closed, yes.
with both hands,
At points, it's both hands.
for a long period of time. I mean, 3 minutes is a long time to keep hitting yourself, correct?
Well, in fairness, I didn't watch the whole video. We just watched snippets, but it appears the video goes on for 4 minutes, during which time he is hitting himself. Yes.
Well, I clicked through there, and each time I clicked through there, you could see his fist still coming up to hit his face, correct?
Sometimes the hands were down. I didn't watch the whole video. It appears he's hitting himself for the video.
But it's also during that time period that throughout it, he is continuing to hit himself during that time period.
It appears that during that time, yes.
I pass the witness.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
May Dr. Molina be excused?
Just on this part.
Dr. Molina, thank you very much for your testimony. The state will let you know if we need anything else, but have a good day. Thank you very much. Can I see the card? What has been told to me, I think now would be a good time for a lunch break. I know it's a little early, but it's the best time to take one. It's about 11:50. We're going to go ahead and take a lunch break until 1. Please remember my instructions not to, excuse me, look up or research anything, not to read any media accounts or engage with any online comments that might be out there. And please do not discuss what you have heard in trial with anyone, including yourselves. Please have a good lunch. Thank you.
All right, adjourned. You may be seated.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. State, would you like to please call your next witness?
State calls Detective Lawrence Size.
Can you please state your full name?
Lawrence Size.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Please have a seat, Detective Size, and adjust that microphone however you need to. State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective Size.
Good afternoon.
Detective Size, and how do you spell your last name for the court report?
S-A-I-Z.
And Detective Size, how are you employed?
Police officer for the city of San Antonio.
And what is your current rank with SAP?
Detective.
So, how long have you been with SAP?
30 years.
So, I'm really bad at math. What year did you start?
1994.
Prior to that, did you have any other law enforcement experience?
Yes.
And what was that?
Military law enforcement.
And how long?
4 years prior to SAPD.
What branch of service?
Air Force.
So, when you came to SAPD, what was the process of becoming an officer?
We attend the San Antonio Police Academy, get the basic training that's provided there, learning the traffic law, the penal code, report writing, those types of things.
And how long is the academy?
6 months.
So after you get out of the academy, you go straight on to patrol?
We do a probationary year. Back then, when I came out, I think we did 18 months with a field training officer. We kind of rotated through 3 of them, where we're riding with an experienced officer who's kind of guiding us and making sure we're doing things the right way.
And so, how long were you on patrol?
I was on patrol for 14 years.
What kind of duties did you have as a patrol officer?
Just your basic patrol. I was assigned to the west side, answering calls for service, conducting traffic enforcement. I then transferred over to another part of the city, and I worked in the San Antonio Fear-Free Environment Unit, Safe Unit, which is community policing unit. I was assigned to that unit for about just a few years, not long.
And so what's the process of moving from patrol to being a detective?
We take a written exam. Every officer is eligible after 5 years on patrol now. Back then it was 2 years on patrol. You could test for detective. Now it's 5 years. So it's a written exam. You study for it. Covers our general manual, which is rules and regulations, our processes and policies, and the penal code, and a textbook that's required reading.
And so when did you promote to detective?
In 2008.
When you initially promoted, where were you assigned?
I was assigned to the North Property Crimes Unit of Jones-Maltzberger at the North Substation.
And how long did you do that?
I did that for a few years and then transferred to the Robbery Unit. That was also housed down in the North Substation. And then they centralized downtown and under a task force. I went there for a little bit. My wife didn't like the fact that I had to dress kind of trashy, so she made me go back to the Property Crimes Unit. So I did that, and then I left the Property Crimes Unit in 2013 and went to the Homicide Unit.
And so are you currently within the homicide unit?
Yes.
And so from 2013 to today, have you remained within the homicide unit?
Yes.
As far as your roles in being a detective within the homicide unit, what happens when, how do you get assigned cases?
We have a rotation. We have a certain number of detectives and we build a rotation. When you're at the top of that list, you're up for the next case. Once you catch that case, you go to the bottom. It allows you time to work and investigate that case.
And so once you're assigned a case, what's your general duties?
Once we're assigned, we're initially notified of the incident, right? Patrol normally makes the call, gets there first, they tell us what they've got, and then we'll respond to the scene. For example, in this case, I was told that they were at the hospital and that we needed to come out there. So we respond there, we make contact with the officers, get more detail about what's going on, and then we determine who our witnesses are, people that we need to talk to.
Okay. So you use the information you get from patrol or dispatch, you get to the scene, talk to people, and that makes kind of guides your investigation from there?
Yes.
As it relates to a case involving a deceased child by the name of Benjamin Cervera with a date of birth of September 28th of 2016, were you assigned to investigate his death?
Yes.
How were you notified to go to the hospital?
We were contacted by phone from the officers at the hospital. That was on August 17th, 2021, and we were notified probably around 12:30 p.m.
Okay. So you get notified on August 17th of 2021. You go to which hospital?
It was the Children's Hospital downtown.
And so once you get there, who's the first person you speak to?
The officer, the handling officer.
Do you remember his name?
I do not.
Would having a copy of the report refresh your memories of that fact?
Yes.
This exercise, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 221 for identification purposes. Does that appear to be your report?
Yes, it is.
And if you could just look at it and refresh your memory as to the officer you first spoke with.
The handling officer was Officer Hoyos.
Okay. So you speak to him, does he give you a general overview of what he's gathered so far?
Yes, he did.
And based on that information, what did you do next?
I went to view the body of the deceased child.
Okay. I'm going to refer to him as Benji. So where was Benji?
Benji was in one of the, I guess, examination rooms on a gurney.
Okay. And is that the first time you saw Benji?
Yes.
What did he appear like to you?
He had multiple bruises on his body, and he appeared to be extremely underweight, small.
At that point, had you already made a determination or assumption what was the cause of his death? Or?
No.
So you go look at Benji. After you look at his body, what do you do next?
I then speak to the detective that's there with me to assist, Detective Ferguson, and we come up with our game plan of who we need to talk to, where we need to talk to them. There at the hospital, I did contact Miranda and Brandon. Brandon the father, Miranda the wife of Brandon, and just explain to them why we were there and why we needed to speak to them because we needed to figure out what happened to Benji.
And when you said father, Brandon, what was his last name?
Cervera.
Do you have a date of birth for him?
Your Honor, if we could not have date of birth disclosed for media.
So long as there's no issue as it relates to the age of the defendant for purposes of any type of legal argument.
If you could ask for the age of the defendant instead of the date of birth, that would be a little bit more.
It's going to require some math, so we'll
No,
try.
no worries, but that would be wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Ray.
At the time you spoke to Brandon Cervera, Sr., was he at least 17 years old?
Yes.
You see Brandon Cervera in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you point at him and identify him by piece of clothing?
He's wearing the gray coat and the light blue shirt.
Your Honor, I'd have to record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant. So you talked to Miranda, you talked to Brandon. And then what happens next?
I asked, we'll get consent from Miranda just to photograph her vehicle because she had brought Benji to the hospital in her car, and we just wanted to get photographs of it. And then she was transported to our office. We explained to her we needed to get a statement from her, and she agreed. Talked to Brandon and explained to him that we need to do the same. He drove himself to the hospital in his pickup, and he asked, or I believe it was a pickup, he asked if we could give the keys to his brother, and we asked him if he could hold on to the apartment key, which he did, and we gave the keys to his brother. We asked that because we wanted to see if he'd give us consent to go take a look at their apartment, see if there was anything there that could kind of help us figure out what happened to Benji.
And was the defendant transported downtown?
Yes.
When you get downtown, who speaks to Miranda? Who speaks to Miranda when you go downtown?
To Miranda?
Yes.
I did.
And who spoke to the defendant?
Detective Ferguson.
When you were talking to Miranda, did she show you some videos?
She did.
And on what device did she show you videos?
On her cell phone.
And who did those videos, did they contain a person in them?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Benji.
What was the kind of nature of the videos? Let me ask it this way. Eventually, do you learn that the home has security cameras?
Yes,
Was one of those videos you viewed security camera footage?
it was.
And in that video, did that video contain Benji?
Yes.
The other video, was it surveillance video?
It was cell phone camera video.
Okay. So after you speak to both Miranda and the defendant, what happens next?
From there, they're released. We tell them we have to continue the investigation, and I need to wait for an autopsy to be conducted on Benji.
So when you talked to Miranda, and after she showed you the videos on her cell phone, did you get consent to search the cell phone?
She did provide consent.
And did Mr. Cervera provide consent to photograph the apartment?
Yes.
Were you present when the apartment was photographed?
I was not.
Did you review the photographs after they were taken?
Yes. We had another detective present at that apartment during that time.
Okay. Who did you turn the cell phone video to in order for it to be extracted or downloaded?
Our digital forensics unit, their detectives there are trained on downloading cell phone, or doing the data extractions.
Okay. Was anybody else talk to you that night?
There were some other people talked to. I'm trying to remember if it was that day or not. I know there were other family members there at the hospital, but I don't think we spoke to them that day. Okay, let's see. Yeah, Brandon Jr. was actually interviewed by Child Safe that day. Not at our office, that's somewhere else.
Okay, we'll circle back to that in a minute.
Okay. And I'm just checking these other dates real quick. Candace Sanchez, was it also provided a statement?
Okay, and what
That
was
was-
her relationship to the defendant?
Benji's aunt.
Would that have been Brandon's sister?
Yes. And then Julia Center. That's who called 911. I think she encountered Miranda when Miranda was transporting Benji to the hospital. Tried to help her.
Okay.
That statement, though, wasn't taken until much later.
Okay.
And I believe that was it.
Did you speak to the Benji's biological mother?
We did. I didn't speak to her directly. I know that she was, that day she was very, very distraught.
So she spoke to her on a different day?
Yes.
So, you have, going back to the day of Benji's death, you speak to Miranda, you speak to the defendant, and that's when you said you were needed to wait on the autopsy.
Yes.
Did you talk to Dr. Molina at any point?
It was, I did briefly speak to her prior to, because I wanted, or to the medical examiner's office. It was probably to an investigator, because I wanted to relay the information that I had been given by Miranda and information that was given by Brandon. We had been told that Benji was hitting himself, causing injuries to himself. So we needed to let them know that in case there was some question about some of the injuries he had, they would have somewhat of maybe an explanation as to why he had those.
Okay. Eventually, do you speak to Dr. Molina?
Yes.
You know roughly when that was?
Right after the autopsy that day.
Okay. And what was the purpose of talking to her?
I didn't attend. This was during that COVID time where they kind of shut us off and didn't want us there unless we absolutely had to be there, which was rare. So I wanted to talk to her and kind of get an idea of which direction we were going, mainly to find out if any injury he had was fatal. She told me there was not any fatal injury, but she also made a point to let me know that some of the injuries he had were in places where they could not have been self-inflicted.
Okay. And so you talked to Dr. Molina at that point, the day after the autopsy?
It was probably later that day after the autopsy or the day after.
I'm going to object and ask for a limiting instruction. We are not, they're getting into injuries that have nothing to do with starvation or dehydration or medical care.
Are you offering these under 3837?
We'd be offering injuries under 3837, but intending to go somewhere else. Not as relates to these particular injuries, but his communications with Dr. Molina.
Okay. And Ms. Sawyers, you're asking for limiting instruction at this time?
Yes.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, it is necessary that I read you this short instruction. The defendant is on trial solely on the charge contained in the indictment. The state may introduce in evidence acts other than the ones charged in the indictment. With reference to those other acts, you are instructed that said evidence was admitted only for the purpose of showing, if it does, the state of mind of the defendant and the child, and the previous and subsequent relationship between the defendant and the child. You cannot consider said evidence for any purpose unless you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed such act or acts, if any were committed. If you so find beyond a reasonable doubt, you can consider the evidence only for the purpose allowed. The evidence may not be considered to prove the character of the defendant in order to show that he acted in conformity therewith on the occasion in question. Thank you very much, Mr. Villarreal. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, you talked to Dr. Molina after the autopsy, or the day of the autopsy. Do you ever speak to her again?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of speaking to her then?
I needed to provide some information to her that we found on Miranda's cell phone.
Okay. Detective Size, I'm going to show you what has been marked State's Exhibit number 77 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
My initials and my badge number on it.
So have you previously reviewed this disc?
Yes.
And what does it contain?
Phone messages.
And the report, again, is this from the cell phone that you received consent from Miranda to complete the extraction on?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what I'm marking for identification purposes. The State's Exhibit 222. Is this the statement information supplement that the defendant filled out as it relates to his contact information and identifying information?
Yes.
And the phone number that's shown on State's Exhibit number 22, is that the same phone number that is communicating with the Miranda's phone? Yes, the same phone number on State's Exhibit 222 that the defendant provided, is that the same phone number that is contained on State's Exhibit number 77?
Yes.
And that's the phone number that's communicating with Miranda?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 78. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that disc to be?
Some home security footage, also has my initial and badge number on it.
So have you previously reviewed this disc?
Yes.
And the videos that are on State's Exhibit number 78, are those the same types of video similar to what Miranda showed you on August 17th of 2021?
Yes.
And do all of these videos, do they depict a person, at least one person?
Yes.
Do they all at least depict Benji?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 79. Do you recognize that disc?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My initials and badge number they're also on the disc.
And are these videos that were taken from Miranda's cell phone?
Yes.
And do they all contain Benji?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 80A and 80B. Do you recognize both of these discs?
Yes.
Did you initial both of these discs?
I did.
And did you review both of these discs?
Yes.
As it relates to 80A, or I'm going to talk about 80A and 80B. Do they contain the same video?
Yes.
Just one has some redactions from it.
Yes.
And State's 80B, the voices that are contained on that video, do you recognize those voices?
Yes.
And whose voices do you recognize those to be?
Miranda and Brandon.
Okay. Brandon being the defendant.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 223. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes.
And did you initial that disc?
I did.
And did you review that disc?
Yes.
Does this contain a video of Benji as well?
Yes.
Going back to State's Exhibit number 79, the phone videos, there's a video on there with Benji where you can hear another voice, correct?
Yes.
Did you recognize that voice?
I did.
And who did you recognize that voice to be?
The defendant.
There's a video on there that appears to be surveillance video. In there, other than Benji, did you recognize another voice?
Yes.
And whose voice did you recognize that to be?
The defendant.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit State's Exhibits number 77, 78, 77, 78, 79, 80B, and 223.
And subject to prior objection, Your Honor, on State's Exhibit 79, number 2, we're objecting to that because there is no evidence Brandon's voice or any male voice cannot be heard, and so therefore there's no link to him or whether he is even aware of this message.
Would you like a response, Judge? Or do we need your approach?
I might be confused. Please come forward, yes.
78, 79, 80B, and 223 are admitted and may be published.
I'm going to start with State's Exhibit number 79. So looking at the PDF on State's Exhibit number 79, first I want to talk about what's labeled as Video 1. What date does it say that this video was created?
August 13th, 2021.
So that will be how many days before Benji dies?
4.
So that voice that you just heard, you recognize that voice?
Yes,
And whose voice do you recognize that to be?
the defendant.
And what did you hear him say?
He's cursing at Benji, talking about the bread.
Specifically, did you hear him say, "Cry for more bread, bro, and I'm gonna put your fucking ass in squats"?
Yes,
And again, this is 4 days before he dies.
yes.
I'm gonna show you video number 2. What date was this created?
August 14th, 2021.
How many days before, how many days would that be before Benji dies?
3.
Can I please? Dad. Can I
What did you hear Benji say?
He's asking for bread, asking his dad for bread,
And again, who's Benji's dad?
the defendant.
I'm going to go to video number 3. What date was this created?
June 8th, 2021.
So 2 months approximately before, 2.5 maybe, before he dies.
Yes.
Come on, it's gonna be process. Now. Nobody's doing this fucking program. Nobody's doing it.
During your review of the cell phone, were you able to recover multiple videos of this angle of the camera?
Yes.
And what part of the apartment is this?
The kitchen.
In review of the photograph, did it appear to be a camera in the kitchen?
Yes.
statutes exhibit A and B. The file pathway name, 2021, or rather the file name, 2021-08-16. August 16th, what? Was that the day before Benji died?
Yes.
And I'm trying to get on the water heater and fucking come.
Okay, then you just fucking close the door, come to the fucking room and close the fucking door, right? Okay.
Yeah, but he's waking up the fucking boys.
So that means for you to scream at him?
Like you don't. He does this every fucking night.
Yeah, well, I'm not screaming at him in the middle of the fucking night.
No, you do.
So the two voices on the recording, the female voice, the parent female voice, who was that?
Miranda,
And the male voice?
the defendant.
From your review of the case, as well as the phone and the videos from the phone, did you learn who would be crying at night?
Yes,
Who was that?
Benji.
And in this case, based on the conversation, what would Benji be screaming for?
Bread and water.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. One is not specific to a video, and he has no personal knowledge.
Are you taking speculation?
Speculation, sorry.
As to the last answer, what Benji would be screaming for, is that a good question?
Yes.
That objection is sustained.
And Judge, if I can just briefly respond.
Yes.
From that video, they're talking about water. I don't think it's speculation.
Then I asked that it be rephrased because that's not how he asked the question.
If you could rephrase your question, Mr. Dietary.
That video, what was Benji asking for based on that night in that video?
An objection, we never hear Benji ask for anything in that video. We hear crying.
So, Mr. Dietary, are you speaking as to there's a reference in that video as to water?
Yes.
Okay, I think it might have I think you might have to go over that to determine whether there is or...
I'll go through the surveillance videos first so it's abundantly clear, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to open for you State's Exhibit number 78, which is the surveillance videos. So as it relates to this, can you see how many videos are contained on State's Exhibit number 78?
It says, indicates 29 videos.
Okay. Well, I want to talk about video number 1. What date was this created?
June 8th, 2021.
I'm going to pause for a second. Who is this in the video?
Leonidas,
And who is this?
Benji,
And who is this over here?
Brandon Jr.
So going to August 17th of 2021, when the home was searched, the apartment was searched and photographed, was there something in the doorway here?
Yes,
What was it?
a gate.
Okay. Does it appear on this video that that gate is present here?
No.
And in that video, what do you see Benji doing?
Appears he brings something to Leonidas, a cup or something to drink.
Go to video number 2. What day was this created?
July 23rd, 2021.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to any questions about what's going on in a video. The jury has the evidence. This particular witness was not physically there. He's no more capable of viewing the videos than anybody else. So questions as to what he sees or doesn't see, I'm going to object to.
I'll allow him to describe what he sees in an item of evidence, but as to any speculation, I will sustain the objection as to Detective Size speculating as to what Benji's intent or maybe.
I will follow the rules of evidence, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who is this?
Benji,
And can you see the lights? Who usually slept, or whose bed this appeared to be?
Brandon Jr.
Okay. And you would agree with this is a trash can down here?
Yes,
And then Benji takes something out of the trash can.
yes.
Are you able to tell based on your experience as a dad what that item you took out was?
Objection, speculation.
I haven't finished my question.
If you can finish your question, Mr. Villarreal.
You have kids?
I do.
How old are they now?
22 and 19.
Okay. God bless you.
Yeah,
So, you help raise them,
I did.
give them treats, snacks.
Yes,
You have life experience other than being a police officer.
yes.
Based on your experience, did it appear Hold on 1 second.
I'm going to object to leading.
Just before you answer the question, Detective Sias, Mr. Villarreal, can you go ahead and ask your question?
Did this appear to you to be anything that you recognized?
I'll let you answer that question.
It looks like an empty snack bag.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to go to video number 3. What date did it say this was created?
July 28th, 2021.
Prior to having the cell phone extracted, did you see this video before that?
Yes,
Who showed it to you?
Miranda.
And did she provide you context about what was happening?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Well, she provided you context without telling me what she said.
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is this?
Benji.
Okay. Moving on to video number 4. When was this created?
July 28th, 2021.
So same day as video number 3?
Yes.
hear Benji asking for?
Milk.
Moving on to video number 5. What day was this created?
July 28th, 2021.
Is that the same day as video number 3 and number 4?
Yes.
And this is approximately how many weeks before Benji's death?
3.
What, if anything, did you hear Benji asking for that night?
Milk.
On to video number 6. What date was this created?
July 29th, 2021.
So the day after the last video?
Yes.
And looking at that video, is that gate that we previously mentioned that he was photographed on 8/17 of 2021 in the picture now?
Yes.
And again, who was this individual who would just out over the gate?
Benji.
Moving on to video number 7, when was this created?
August 3rd, 2021.
And approximately how many weeks is that before Benji dies?
Just about 2 weeks.
Who is depicted in this individual in the video?
Benji.
Moving on to video number 8, when was this video created?
August 4th, 2021.
The day after video number 7?
Yes.
Who is this in the video?
Benji.
And can you hear what he's asking for, if anything?
Sounds like water.
Going on to video 9, what day was this created?
August 4th, 2021.
Same as video number 8.
Yes.
I want to pause for a second. There appears to be somebody at the beginning of the video, right?
Yes.
Do you recognize that voice?
Yes.
Who's,
The defendant.
and what do you hear him say?
Shut the fuck up.
And who is this individual?
Benji.
And again, how many weeks before he dies?
2 weeks.
Going to video number 10. What day was this created?
August 6th, 2021.
Who is this individual right here?
Benji.
Can you tell who this is?
Leonidas.
Going to video number 11. Can you see when this video was created?
August 10th, 2021.
How many days before Benji dies?
7.
Who is this?
Benji.
And then this individual right here.
Leonidas.
Going to video number 12. What day was this created?
August 10th, 2021.
Who's this individual?
Benji.
And the one that was over here?
Leonidas.
And the person who walked in the room?
Miranda.
Moving on to video number 13. When was this video created?
June 6th, 2021.
at this point, are you able to see those locking mechanisms that were present on on August 17th of 2021 on these cabinets?
No.
Does there appear to be something here?
Yes.
And what was that?
Some kind of strap to keep it closed.
Going on to video number 14, when was this created?
June 8th, 2021.
Who's depicted in that video?
Benji.
And could you tell what he grabbed?
Cookies.
Is that bread?
No.
And I should also open next. This latch, or this object right here. What did that appear to be to you?
Some type of locking mechanism.
Going to video number 15. When was this created?
June 8th, 2021.
Who's depicted in that video?
Benji.
Can you tell what part of the apartment that is?
The kitchen.
Going on to video number 16. When was this video created?
June 8th, 2021.
Who's depicted in that video?
Benji.
And what does it appear that he is eating in that?
Jello.
So is that bread?
No.
On to video number 17. When was that video created?
June 8th, 2021.
Who's depicted in that video?
Benji.
And what does it look like he's eating?
Watermelon.
So not bread.
Not bread.
On to video number 18. When was that video created?
June 8th, 2021.
Who's depicted in that video?
Benji.
Are you able to tell what he's eating?
No.
Does it appear to be bread?
No.
Going on to video number 19. When was this video created?
June 8th, 2021.
Who's depicted in the video?
Benji.
Can you tell what he's drinking?
I don't know what's in the cup, but he pulled out a milk jug.
Okay. Going on to video number 20. What date was this video created?
June 8th, 2021.
Who's depicted in the video?
Benji.
Can you tell, or does it appear, what does it appear that he's eating?
Fruit cup,
So not bread?
not bread.
And then video number 21. When was this video created?
June 8th, 2021.
Who's in that video?
Benji.
Can you tell what he's holding?
Carton of some type of drink, probably.
Okay. So, all those last videos, let's say, video numbers 14 through 21 were all on June 8th of 2021.
Yes.
So, that night, what can you tell him that he ate? You
A lot of things that weren't bread.
Okay. Going on to video number 22. Can you tell, or what day was this video created?
June 10th, 2021.
Who was depicted in that video?
Benji.
And again, what part of the apartment is this?
The kitchen.
Going on to video number 23. What date was this created?
June 29th, 2021.
Who's depicted in this video?
Benji.
Does it appear he can fully open the refrigerator door?
No.
Going on to video number 24. What day was this created?
July 16th, 2021.
Who's depicted in that video?
Benji.
Are you aware of when police went out prior to his death for a welfare check?
Yes.
That was approximately July 20th, 2021.
Yes.
And in this video, do you notice anything as it relates to the appearance of Benji's face?
He looks injured.
Okay. What part of his face?
His eyes.
Is there something in his ears?
It appears to be bandaged.
And again, this video was created on what day?
July 16th, 2021.
We're going to video number 25. What day was this created?
July 16th, 2021.
Who's depicted in that video?
Benji.
Can you tell what he's grabbing?
Nutty Buddies.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Nutty Buddy?
Unfortunately.
Okay. What is a Nutty Buddy?
It's a chocolate wafer bar.
Does it have anything on the inside?
Just like a cookie type wafer.
Does it have a flavor?
I don't think so.
What about peanut? Does that peanut butter in it?
They could. The ones I have had don't.
Okay. Is that appears when he's grabbing that box?
Yes.
Are you able to tell what's in the forefront of this picture?
Bread.
Moving on to video number 26. What date was this created?
July 16th, 2021.
Who's in that video?
Benji.
What does it appear that he's doing?
Drinking water.
Moving on to video number 27. Video number 27. When was it created?
July 16th, 2021.
Who's depicted in the video?
Benji.
Does he eat the bread that's in the forefront of the video?
No.
28, when was it created?
July 15, 2021.
And who's depicted in that video?
Benji.
Finally, video number 29, when was that created?
July 21st, 2021.
Who's depicted in that video?
Benji.
Do we see now a change in now these locks are here?
Yes.
And does this appear to be the same lock on the fridge that was in the other videos?
No, it's different.
So this is as of July 21st of 2021.
Yes.
I'm going to show you now what's been introduced to exhibit number 223. Technology. Looking at six exhibit number 223. When was this video created?
August 9th, 2021.
Approximately how many days before Benji dies?
5. I'm sorry. 8.
Thank you.
that he hits himself with that same level of force throughout the video?
Yes,
What happens when Miranda tells him to stop?
he stops.
Does that happen throughout the video?
Yes.
I'm not going to play the rest of it. Finally, I'm going to go to what's admitted. It's exhibit number 77. These are text messages, correct?
Yes.
You can see the from and then the to, right?
Yes.
And this 210-739-2624, that's what you testified as to is the defendant's cell phone?
Yes.
Or this is to the defendant's cell phone, right?
Yes.
From Miranda's cell phone.
Yes.
So, what does she tell him? Are you able to read from there?
Yes. The top
Yeah, it's right here.
text. I don't want you to call or anything, but man, I believe she's saying this boy is out of hand, has been crying all day for bread. I gave him some and he wants all of it.
Okay, and then he texts her what?
Just give it to the dude.
Okay, and then 3 from Brandon to Miranda.
He can just eat that and that's it. Just chill out.
And then Miranda tells Brandon what?
He wants the whole thing.
And then the defendant tells Miranda what?
Just give one by one.
And then again, the defendant tells Miranda what?
He don't need to eat dinner.
And then Miranda tells the defendant what?
This is just too much, him getting his way all the time and still not listening. He just finished one loaf and wants more. He's still yelling and crying.
And then Brandon tells Miranda what?
Just give it to him till he grows up, take videos of him. Or I'm sorry, till he throws up, take videos of him.
And then Miranda tells Brandon what?
I don't even have storage anymore from all the other videos I have of him.
And then Brandon tells Miranda what?
Well, delete some.
So, what day are all of these messages?
August 12th, 2021.
And that's how many days before Benji dies?
5.
And again, Brandon tells Miranda what?
He don't need to eat dinner.
I want to talk about I'll stay for a second. Child Safe?
Child Safe is an organization that assists with children that are involved in traumatic incidents.
Your Honor, can we approach, please?
Yes.
May we take a 5-minute break?
Sure. We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break.
All right for the jury.
You may be seated.
Okay. Stay. Go ahead.
I don't know if there's a full answer, so I'm going to ask just to make sure it's on the record. What is Child Safe?
Child Safe is an organization that assists children that have been involved in traumatic incidents. They help us, or they conduct interviews of children. They're specially trained to do that. We're small children, we don't interview them, but we rely on them to do that.
Okay. And are you present during those, you, meaning police, are you present during those interviews?
No.
Is it a neutral setting?
Yes.
Is there anybody else in the room other than the child safe interviewer and the child?
No.
Are they trained to deal with questioning children?
Yes, they are.
And in this case, was Brandon Jr., was he interviewed at Child Safe?
He was.
Are you aware of whether Brandon or Benjamin were ever interviewed at Child Safe for the welfare check on 7/21 or 20? I'm sorry, 7/20 of 21.
They were not.
So, other than interviewing the defendant, Miranda Casarez, having Brandon Jr. interviewed at Child Safe, who else was interviewed during the course of your investigation?
Benji's aunt, the defendant's sister.
Okay. And her name?
Candace Sanchez,
Okay. Who else?
Julia Center.
And what was her relationship to the case?
She was a citizen who tried to assist Miranda when Miranda was transporting Benji to the hospital.
Okay. She wasn't related by blood or marriage to any of the parties, right?
No.
Who else was interviewed?
We spoke to Erica Flores, that would be Benji's biological mother,
Okay.
and to Alice Casarez and April Casarez. Alice was Miranda's mother, and April was Miranda's sister.
Okay. And then who else you talked to?
Michaela Casarez, another sister of Miranda's.
Okay. So, other than interviewing the witnesses for having them interviewed, reviewing the cell phone, reviewing the crime scene photos, did you take any other actions on this case?
I did provide some photographs to Dr. Molina, photographs and videos that were taken from the cell phone data extraction because I wanted to provide her with a timeline of what we saw, how we saw Benji from April until the day he died.
Okay. So you provided those to Dr. Molina?
Yes.
Other than that, did you take any other actions on this case prior to seeking an arrest warrant?
No.
Based on the course of your investigation, reviewing the evidence, eventually did you have an arrest warrant issued?
Yes.
For who?
Both Miranda and the defendant.
And for what offense?
Injury to a child, serious bodily injury.
This time I'll pass the
Ms. Sawyers, did you need a break or were you able to take care of your issue?
Why don't I get going, get a little bit down the road, and then we can take that break. I didn't take a break, so.
Sure.
So, you understand that right now, Brandon is faced, like the indictment in this case charges him with injury to a child, serious bodily injury by omission.
Yes,
correct?
yes, ma'am.
And there's a difference between an omission crime and an act, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you claim that this injuries that you observe there's injuries you observed on Benji in August 17th, 2021, when you were at the hospital, correct?
I did see injuries on him, yes.
And by injuries, bruising.
Correct.
Okay. And then you also commented on these bruises that you say that you discussed with Dr. Molina on August 18th or shortly thereafter.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me that you did not seek an arrest warrant on August 18th for bruising to the child, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And he's not being charged, Brandon's not being charged with any injury to a child by act, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, let's talk about that. When you get an arrest warrant, you would agree with me that the standard of proof is just probable cause, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's far different than the standard of proof that's required in this court.
Yes.
So, now, when we were talking about this timeline, I want to point out that part of what Brandon's being accused of is that he intentionally and knowingly caused a serious bodily injury by failing to provide adequate nutrition, correct?
By his failure to act to protect Benji, yes.
Not by failure to act. Have you seen the indictment?
I have not.
Okay. I just asked you if he was being charged by injury, serious bodily injury by act or by omission, and you agreed it was by omission, correct?
Right.
Okay. And so by omission means that you have a duty, and the duties that were alleged in the indictment were failure to provide adequate nutrition, failure to provide hydration, and failure to seek proper medical care. Those are the three that are alleged by the state.
Okay.
Okay. Now, in regards to that, you understand that he has to be aware, either intentionally or knowingly, deprive the child of food, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so, in this regard, you would agree with me that on June 8th, that video that we saw about 14 different, make very clear. We saw 8 different videos on June 8th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in that, this little kid has gotten cookies out, correct?
Yes.
He got Jello cup,
Yes.
watermelon,
Yes.
some other kind of food that we couldn't tell what it was. He got milk,
Yes.
he got fruit cup,
Yes.
and then what looked like maybe almond milk or some other type of milk carton.
Yes.
Okay, and so this is a lot for a little bitty kid, right? Lots of different types of foods.
It's a lot.
Right. And so, and you would agree with me that we do not see any changes on the locking mechanisms until right before, on July 15th, 2021.
Yes.
And from June 8th, when they recorded all these different foods that he has access to, you would agree with me that he has demonstrated that he is able, the one mechanism that was there on the refrigerator, that he was able, you physically saw him be able to open it and get in, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the other mechanism that was on, that's a white mechanism, that's on the tall pantry, you saw him be able to get into the pantry and that was there.
Yes.
Okay. So we have this long period of time where we have no other mechanisms that are even remotely preventing him from getting access, correct?
Correct.
And then on 7/20, when the police show up, the mechanisms that are now added sometime around July 15th, right?
Mhm.
From the
Yes.
timeline. They're not even locked, correct?
On the video, no.
Okay, well, and so they walk in unannounced. Everything's dark, they're getting ready for bed, and none of the mechanisms are locked, right? The locking mechanisms, do you need to see the pictures?
Are you talking about the mechanism being locked on the videos?
Or on the videos, or even in the photos that they take. They take photos on 7/20/2021. Do you recall that?
You're talking about the police?
Yes.
Okay, it was during the daytime when they went.
It was, would you agree with me that it was 9 o'clock at night? On 7/20/2021?
During the consent search of the apartment?
No, sir. So there's two.
Okay, I'm sorry. Now I understand what you're saying. You're talking about earlier. I didn't look at that video. You're talking about the photographs and video from that night? I haven't seen those.
You never went and watched the July 20th, 2021 video?
I did not.
You never looked at the pictures?
No.
So when Officer Taylor tells Brandon and Miranda that they need to hold on to that SAPD number for future reference, you've never gone and looked at that SAPD number?
Asked and answered at this point. He says he didn't watch any of the videos, so she's going to ask questions about the content of the video. It's been asked and answered.
Overruled. You never went and looked at that San Antonio Police Department case number or anything to do with that case number?
I may have looked at the report to see when they responded over there, but I did not look at the video.
Are you aware that it captures Benji answering questions?
I am now.
So, and then not only that, but there's also going to be Child Protective Services that gets involved on 7/21/2021. You're aware of that, correct?
I did hear about that.
Okay. Did you go listen to the interviews of the children on 7/21/2021 with CPS?
No.
Because you are aware that as part of their investigation, they do ask the children standard questions, right?
Yes.
And those standard questions have to do with what food they have, how much they're getting, correct?
Yes.
And it has to do also with, has anyone hurt you, correct?
I don't ask those questions. I don't know exactly what they ask, but I would imagine they would ask those types of questions.
Right, but in your 30 years of experience, you've run across the CPS reports in which they log these questions, and they're very standard questions, right?
I've seen their reports.
Okay. And whether or not someone has hurt them is one of the standard questions.
Yes.
Okay. And so, let's talk about your investigation. You state that Miranda consented to have her phone searched. Correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, Miranda may know what's on her phone. It's her phone, right?
Yes.
But we cannot assume that Brandon knows anything that's on Miranda's phone.
Judge, I'm going to object to calls for speculation is what the defendant may think.
I asked for an assumption, not what he knows.
If you could rephrase the question.
You do not have, as part of your investigation, you were not able to determine having something on someone else's phone does not mean, would you agree, that Brandon has any knowledge of what's on that phone?
Judge, I'm going to object to calls for speculation.
That's overruled. You may answer.
And Judge, I specifically object. There's possible ways that he could know. If he shared the phone, with him if he had gone through her phone, so it calls for speculation as what he maybe have reviewed and not reviewed.
The way the question is asked, the objection is overruled.
Can you ask a question again, please?
You're gonna do that to me.
Sorry.
Oh, man. So the fact that something is on Miranda's phone does not mean that Brandon was aware of it.
Correct.
Okay. So, when we see some behavior from Miranda on her phone, did you happen to become aware that she was, I guess, posting something about having difficulty with Benjamin?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that Miranda's frustration with Benjamin tends to be growing through the videos that you observed?
Judge, I'm going to object. It's hearsay. It calls for hearsay.
I don't think it calls for hearsay. I'm saying the frustration in her.
If you could rephrase your question as to where the answer would not be based off of hearsay, but off of the evidence that's been admitted.
Does her demeanor seem to be changing in the way that she relates to Benji in the last few weeks?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware, did you become aware that after Benji's passing that she had mental health issues?
Judge, I'm going to object for the relevance, and I'm going to object as relates to hearsay.
Overruled.
Did you become aware that she had mental health issues?
No.
You did not become aware that she was checked in to a mental health ward?
No, ma'am.
So let's talk about who we interview and when we interview them. You say that you interviewed Miranda and Brandon, right?
Yes.
And you interviewed them the day Benji passes.
Yes.
Do you ever go back and interview them again?
No.
And so, would you agree with me that when you interview them, you don't ask the questions of, hey, how much did Benji have to eat? When did he last eat? What was Benji's timeline for the day? Correct?
When I interviewed them, no.
And after you meet with Dr. Molina on the 18th, you still don't circle back and say, hey, can you tell me, about this bruise or that bruise, correct?
They had mentioned that he injured himself. So that was all I had to tell Dr. Molina.
And I understand that, but as part of doing a thorough investigation, we want to gather as much information as possible, correct?
Yes.
And so it helps to know what their response would be to new evidence as you receive it, correct?
And to make this understandable, after the autopsy, I was told none of the injuries were fatal. So I didn't have a reason to confront them about these injuries on him beyond what they had already told me.
Well, we have a child that's passed, and regardless of whether injuries are fatal or not, you would agree with me that you want to make sure that you understand what the last few days of this child's life, what he was doing, right?
They told me.
Well, you didn't ask them specifically timelines of who he saw, when he saw them, what he ate, when he ate, correct?
Miranda said that he was in her care all the time.
Okay, so let's talk about, at least we have a short timeline for that morning. You would agree with me that Brandon goes to work that morning on August 17th, 2021.
Judge, I'm going to object. It calls for hearsay. He has no other personal knowledge other than what came from statements through what she's asked the defendant and Miranda. So both of those are hearsay.
Can you come forward, please?
referring to Defendant's Exhibit 33 that's already in evidence, and it contains what is the investigative report that the medical examiner looks at before they perform their autopsy. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at least their narrative, would you agree with me, states it's a 4-year-old white male reported unknown, deceased discovered unresponsive in bed, and stepmother started to drive deceased to a hospital when she called 911. SAFD, and what does that stand for?
San Antonio Fire Department.
Instructed them to pull over and initiate CPR. SAFD responded to a Valero gas station and took over CPR and transported the deceased to Children's Hospital of San Antonio. Decedent was pronounced in the ER, and the charge nurse reported apparent trauma to the head and back, and then it goes on to talk about the coded test. So that's the one. That's point one. So let's talk about if Miranda is the stepmother, correct?
Yes.
She says, at least in this narrative, that he was in bed next to her, correct?
Yes.
And then, in addition to that, would you agree with me that you found no evidence that Brandon Cervera was with the child from 7 a.m. until the child passed?
That's correct.
Okay. And so he was not there when EMS meets with Miranda and she's supposedly performing CPR.
Correct.
And so, all right, and then during this, it also includes a section in that same report that talks about the incident. And it is a long narrative. But would you agree with me that Miranda winds up calling 911 and she makes 3 calls?
Yes.
All right. And have you had an opportunity to listen to those 911 calls?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 49, 50, and 51. Do you recognize those as the videos, or excuse me, the audio recordings that you heard?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, I'm tendering to state and asking that they be admitted.
Your Honor, it's not going to object as to authentication, hearsay, on those grounds.
Did you?
You can go for it, yes.
Did you listen to the video and recognize Miranda's voice?
Yes.
Okay, and would you agree with me that you listened to these at the time of when you acquired them?
Yes.
And that you are the one that acquired these 911 calls and then tendered them to the state?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I move for the 49, 50, and 51 to be admitted.
Still going to object as to what you're saying.
Your Honor, they're in a process of emergency. It's seeking medical care. It's also presence and suppression, excited utterances.
And so these are 911 calls at the time of the...
We approach Your Honor.
Yes.
You may be seated.
Ms. Sawyers, if you mind to continue, please.
Yes, at this time, I'm asking for Defendants Exhibit 49, 50, and 51 to be admitted.
Defense Exhibit 49, 50, and 51 are admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I'm going to play for you Defendants Exhibit 51 first.
Attorney on fire and EMS. Hello? Yes, hello? Yes, ma'am?
Can you hear me?
You're cutting in and out, but I can hear you now.
Can I bring the back direction?
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I can't hear anything you're saying. Can you go outside? Hello, ma'am? Hello?
Now, I'm going to play for you Defendants Exhibit 49.
San Antonio 911, this is Garcia, do you need police, fire, or EMS?
Hello? Yeah, can I speak? I'm on the road right now. I'm driving as fast as I can, taking my son's instrument to Cervera to Santa Rosa. I have to take a nap because I'm so tired. I have a baby and he's pregnant all night and hello?
Do you need to speak to EMS?
Yes.
Stand on line.
Okay.
San Antonio 5 EMS, what's the address?
Hello? Can you hear me?
What's your address?
Oh yes, I'm on the road right now. I'm right here on Mulberry. I'm going towards Santa Rosa.
You're driving right now?
Yeah. I'm driving as fast as I can because I have my son's vision with me.
Okay.
And I'm like, hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I'm on the road right now.
Ma'am,
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but if you're driving, if you need EMS to come to you, you have to stop.
Okay, well, I don't know what's wrong with him. He's not responding yet. I took a nap and before I took a nap, I put them to take a nap.
How old is he?
He's 5 years old.
Okay, and you need to pull over right now. You need to tell me where you're at.
Okay. I'm out here on Valero by Josephine.
Josephine and what?
I don't know. I guess Broadway. Broadway. I just pulled over at the gas station at Valero.
So you're at Broadway and Josephine?
Yeah. Yeah, he's like
Is he breathing?
I feel his heart.
Okay. Okay. And he's not waking up?
No, he's not responding. He's looking over this, but he's not responding. Like, he has this habit where he throws tantrums and, I don't know if he woke up when I was sleeping. I'm just so tired because I stayed up
Okay,
all
I'm not
night.
worried about, I just need to get information from him. I'm not worried about why, anything like that. Okay. So,
he is breathing, but not
Yes.
responding.
Yes.
Has he ever had a seizure before?
No.
Okay, does he have a fever? Has he been sick?
No.
And you're at the Valero?
Yes, right here on Broadway and I'm
Okay,
doing.
what are you in?
I'm in a gray Chevy Malibu.
Okay, can you please put your hazards on?
Yes, they are on.
Okay. And so, is he laying down?
I have him on the, I have him in the front seat, I didn't want him in the bathroom.
Okay, make sure he's on his side, okay? Keep an eye on him. We want to monitor his breathing, okay? If we want to leave him on his side, that way if he throws up, he's not going to choke on anything, okay? They'll be there shortly. If anything changes before we get there, you need to call us back. If he stops breathing or anything like that, you need to call us back. But I have crews on the way right now, okay?
Okay, yeah, I believe I had stopped, before I got in the car, I stopped, this girl had stopped to help me and I think she had called for me.
Oh, okay, well, if you left, we can't chase somebody down. You have to, you know, and so what was your address?
It was right here on Broadway and Josephine, I don't know.
No, where were you
my
home?
My apartment at 3031 Eisenhower Road.
3031 Eisenhower Road?
Yes.
Okay, so we actually have somebody responding. Is that the Verano at the Heights apartment?
Yes.
All right, was your husband calling maybe by chance?
I don't know.
Okay, all right. Well, we're having crews headed here to your location at Broadway and Josephine, okay?
Okay, can someone hurry up?
Now I'm going to play for you Defendant's Exhibit 50.
This is Garcia. Do you need police?
Can I get you an email?
EMS, stay on the line.
Yes. Okay.
San Antonio Fire and EMS, what's the address of your emergency?
Josephine and Broadway, I just called.
Okay, what's going on?
Yes, my son, he's 5 years old, and I just called that he was, she told me to call back if he wasn't breathing. I don't see him breathing anymore.
You don't see him breathing at all?
No.
Okay, is his chest rising?
No. I feel like, I don't know if I feel his heartbeat. I don't know, like, if it's, like, real low. I don't know.
Okay, man. All right, do you know how to do CPR?
No, I don't.
Okay, is he on the floor?
He's on the seat. I don't want to put him on the floor because it's hot.
Well, are you in a car?
Yes, I'm in the car.
Okay, you
I really can't lay the these back because I have my baby and she's in the car seat. And it can only go back so far away and it's so far back.
You need it. What kind of vehicle are you in?
I'm in a gray Chevy Malibu. Hey. Yeah, I don't know.
You said
I don't know.
Like you're at the corner of East Josephine and Broadway?
Yes.
Okay, what kind of car are you in? Gray Chevy?
I'm in a Chevy Malibu, yes.
In the Valero?
Yes.
Okay, so there's no way you can lay him flat?
No, I don't know. I don't want to lay him on the ground. It's hot. So I don't.
Well, if he's not breathing at all, you need to get him on the ground and do CPR.
Okay, I can lay him on the ground. I don't want him to get. Okay.
She said the car's
I'm laying him on the ground right now.
Okay, get him on the ground and do CPR. You can get beside him and put your hands in the middle of his chest and place your fingers and you need to push hard 100 times a minute, okay?
Hey, good. I'm good.
Okay, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's how fast you want to go. Do you want to keep
On his chest?
Yes, on the chest. Center of his
Like
chest.
on the top of the chest?
Correct.
Okay.
Right in between the two nipples. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
3, 4, 5,
Keep doing that.
6. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, you want to go down about 2 inches and let it go right back up.
Okay.
Okay,
1,
keep doing it.
2, 3, 4.
What kind of medical conditions does she have? Does she have any medical issues?
No, he don't have medical issues. He's just been having a tantrum for over a couple months now, he threw a tantrum last night, and I haven't got rest, and I was just tired, and I lay down on the bed, and I put them to sleep in the room with me.
Okay. Are you still doing CPR?
Yes.
Okay, good. Keep doing it, okay?
And I took a nap, and I just woke up, and he wasn't responding.
Okay. Keep doing CPR, okay? You're doing the best thing you can for him, okay? Looks like we have, is there an ambulance there?
Can I call you? Okay.
Is there an ambulance there, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Are they doing CPR for you?
I think they got him in the ambulance.
Okay, all right, ma'am. Here you go.
Yeah, I'm looking for a quick.
All right, now, when we look at the investigative report, it contains information that says around 10 a.m., stepmother woke up and noted descendant foaming at the mouth next to her on the bed. Exact position not described to the SAP. Then I'd like to show you, you've seen the videos that the state played earlier, correct?
Yes.
And there's 3 beds in the room that the children share, correct?
Yes.
And there's one bed in particular that's Benji's, right?
Yes.
Do you have the, or do you already have it?
No, these are the pictures.
And so I'm showing you what State's Exhibit 46. This is from, you sent detectives out, you deployed detectives out to 3031 Eisenhower Road to photograph the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you did so before anybody else could go back to the scene.
Yes.
And by scene, you consider the scene to be 3031 Eisenhower Road, apartment number 1.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you think that something happened at the apartment, or you suspect that it happened at the apartment, correct?
Yes.
And so we see here in State's Exhibit 46, this has already been identified as the children's room, okay? And can you see the camera that's right here?
Yes.
And you receive a call or you receive information, and it's noted in your report, that when the police officers are photographing, that the recording camera is going off, correct?
Yes.
And that specifically in your report, it states it's a Blink security camera.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as part of the Blink service, it's a subscription. Did you look into that?
No.
Well, so you wouldn't be aware that they would have had this saved to the cloud, the last 2 hours of video automatically saved to the cloud.
No.
And you didn't contact Blink security system to subpoena their records to see, or their videos to see if it captured the incident.
No.
And you're not aware that it only records on motion, correct?
Correct.
So if it records up to 2 hours and saves at least 2 hours and no one had been at the apartment, it would have captured the very time period while Miranda was at the apartment with the children.
I don't know.
Well, if it records at least 2 hours, it would have been there.
I don't know.
So she says that her timeline is that she wakes up at 10 a.m., correct?
Yes.
And that, would you agree with me that 911 does not get called until 11 a.m.?
Yes.
So a full hour.
Yes.
And you didn't think to go ask for that security footage?
No.
There is, in State's Exhibit 47, would you agree with me that on the bottom of the photo to the left is Benji's bed?
Yes.
And in State's Exhibit 61, it's a closer up of his bed. Excuse me, is that correct?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 62, it's even closer
Yes.
to the time when we come in and we have State's Exhibit 63. And we've already received testimony that that was a yellow liquid substance.
Yes.
Correct? On his bed.
Yes.
And did you preserve that evidence?
No.
What color does urine tend to be?
Yellow.
Now you would agree with me that when they arrive on 8/17, there's no locks on, the locks that are there are all unlocked. There's not a single one of them that's locked up.
Correct.
Now, there's been videos in which we see that Benji appears in his room and he's crying,
Yes.
right? And you can agree with me that you weren't there at the time that these were made.
Correct.
And you don't know what happened before or what happened after the surveillance video, correct?
Right.
And in regards to that, you don't know if the child is being asked to take a nap, correct?
Correct.
And asking for or throwing a temper tantrum for something in order to avoid having to take a nap, correct?
Correct.
So the context of that is important, right? Because if you're telling a child to go to bed and they are coming up with other excuses not to go to bed, when you tell them no, you're not telling them no as to the food, you're telling them no because you need them to go do something else that's very important for their welfare, which is to take a nap, correct?
Correct.
Because sleeping is also important.
Yes.
And so you had evidence that Benji had been up all day, all hours of the day and night, correct?
I had a statement from Miranda.
And in the videos, he's oftentimes up at night while the other kids are sleeping.
Getting food, yes.
Well, it's not just getting food. He's wandering around his room, correct?
Yes.
And the thing is that he's not isolated from his siblings. He's not in a closet, correct?
No.
His his other siblings are sleeping at that time.
Yes.
And let's talk about the text messages that the state showed you. They, if a child is eating a whole loaf of bread really quickly, you would agree with me that we would need to potentially be concerned with choking.
But I'm going to object as it relates to speculation.
Overruled. You can answer.
We may need to potentially be worried about choking if he's eating this whole loaf of bread too quickly, correct?
Yes.
And so when Brandon says in the text message, give it to him one by one, that indicates don't just give him the whole loaf one by one, correct?
I'm going to object. It calls for speculation as to the defendant's intent.
That is sustained.
Well, he is, would you agree that by giving someone something one by one, you're limiting the, or you're the rapidness in which they can eat something, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're slowing it down a bit.
Yes.
All right. And you, on that text message, it states that he's already had one whole loaf, right?
According to Miranda, yes.
And you're also aware that there had been ongoing fights between them in which Brandon is saying just give him the bread, right?
Yes.
And Miranda's position was it's not nutritious, right?
Judge, I'm going to object as it calls for speculation as to what Miranda was thinking. The
Your Honor.
texts speak for themselves. It's not, she's deriving from the text messages.
He has seen the Cellbrite evidence, and he can speak to conversations that he is aware of reviewing the records.
Are you asking us to Miranda's outright statement that's in evidence, or are you asking for this detective to interpret the statement?
She makes statements.
Okay, if it's an outright statement that's already in evidence, that can be answered.
And she's referring to other arguments. That's the premise of her question.
He has made a review of the entire Cellbrite file, and based off of the context of the nature of the relationship, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, it's the nature of the argument in which they're having.
So I guess I'm confused as to what you're asking this detective to answer. What is your question?
My question is that Miranda's position was that she did not believe that the loaf was nutritious, that the bread in and of itself is not nutritious.
And this is not a statement, from what I remember, not a statement made by Miranda, so you're asking him to interpret it. So I am going to sustain as to speculation.
In reviewing all of the evidence, though, did you come to become aware that their positions on the bread and the nutrition of the bread were in conflict?
Judge, I'm going to object. It calls for hearsay. In reviewing the phone, the messages on the phone that are not in evidence.
Okay, then I misunderstood the question. Are you asking him about the messages that are in evidence?
No, just in general, like he's reviewed, in his investigation, he reviewed the data, and are they in conflict? Are their positions, I didn't ask what their positions were, I just asked, are their positions in conflict?
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. So, let's talk about phone records. You would agree with me that you never asked Brandon for his phone, correct?
No,
But he willingly gave you, when you asked for the keys, he gave you the keys to the apartment.
yes,
And he signs a consent to search the apartment.
yes,
And he consents to come in and talk to you.
yes,
And he was never asked a second time to come in and talk to you, correct?
correct.
And have you testified previously that Miranda characterized Benji's behavior as a bad child?
Judge, I'm going to object. It is calls for hearsay as to what Miranda said.
Sustained.
Did you ever ask to speak with Miranda a second time?
No,
Are you aware that Tiffany Lozano, she's an officer that works with y'all? Do you know Tiffany Lozano?
are we talking about a CSI?
Yes.
Okay,
I apologize. Is it crime scene investigator?
yes.
So she's not.
She's not a sworn officer, no. She's a
Okay.
civilian.
Okay, but she came out and she's the one that took pictures of the car that Miranda arrived at the hospital in.
Yes,
And you would agree with me that she took photos of the front seat of that car,
yes,
and that she also takes a urine sample from the front seat of that car.
Judge, I'm
Where's
going
that?
to object. It's facts, not evidence as to what the substance was on the seat. There's no evidence that it was urine.
That's sustained. If you want to re-ask the question without that conclusion, Ms. Williams.
Did she take a sample of the front seat of the car?
yes,
And and that was never tested, correct?
correct.
Now, would you agree with me that in speaking with Julie Centaur, she claimed that the child was not breathing at the time that she saw the child. It was non-responsive at the time she saw the child.
Judge, I'm going to object for hearsay and I'm going to object to this line of questioning. She already confronted this witness and we took a break while she could listen to her statement and she was confronted with any inconsistencies. So as it relates to this line of questioning, we're object to hearsay.
Your Honor, it's impeachment, and she said something differently in court after asking me asked.
Okay, why don't you come forward, please? but, okay.
All right, so you would agree with me though, have you been to the location of 3031 Eisenhower Road?
Have I been there? No.
Oh. So, you say that you created a timeline video, digital video for Officer Molina, correct?
I created a timeline using photographs and videos from Miranda's cell phone to
Yes.
provide to Dr. Molina.
Right. And so, in regards to that, would you agree with me, though, that you leave out the ones of Benji sitting around the table eating with the family?
I did not provide all of them to Dr. Molina.
And in fact, you only provided one photo that showed him having any food
I believe so.
with the family.
Yes.
And so you would agree with me that you picked out the ones that told the narrative that
No.
that you felt was important.
No. I picked dates that would cover that time frame, just to show how he was in April up till the day he died, how he changed. That was the only reason for those photographs. It wasn't to impress any kind of decision on Dr. Molina, which I can't do anyway. She has to conduct her investigation, and that's way beyond me.
All right. Did you see Miranda at the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that her demeanor what was her demeanor?
By the time I spoke to her, her demeanor was, it was calm, but it was somewhat in shock. She didn't appear very distraught.
And you would agree with me, though, that Brandon was crying?
Yes.
He was distraught.
Yes.
I pass the witness.
Just have a couple follow-up questions for you.
Sure.
So that 911 call that we heard in defendants exhibits 49 through 51, that was Miranda, correct?
Yes.
In that, did you hear Miranda say that Benji has never had a seizure?
Yes.
And she made several references to having tantrums the night before. You recall hearing that?
Yes.
So I'm looking at Safe Exhibit ADP. Oh, it's right there. You would agree with me that 8/16/2021 was the night before?
Yes. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit.
You know, I don't fucking cry every night. Whenever fucking people are trying to sleep around here.
You're just dumb ass little like, oh, just stay up and wait. You watch when he gets up.
From the context, are you able to tell who they're talking about?
I believe they're talking about Benji.
Okay. And did you hear Brain say, "You're the dumbass who stays up and watches to see if he gets out"?
Yes.
I'm not trying to give him the water, he didn't fucking come.
And did you hear Miranda say, in reference to what she was apparently trying to give him?
Yes.
What was it?
Water, I believe.
Okay. So again, this is talking about the night before.
Yes.
In those videos that we looked at, in States Exhibit number 78, which are the surveillance videos, when the locks appear at night, were they open or were they closed?
They were closed.
They were locked, right?
Locked.
As it relates to the police security cameras, is there a subscription associated with those?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
Do you have any familiarity with any kind of like these ring cameras, blink cameras, things like that?
Yes.
Do they often have like subscriptions associated with your ability to keep those videos and retain them? Are you aware of whether or not Brandon or Miranda had paid for that service to retain those videos?
I don't know.
When talking, Miss Sawyer's asked you questions about, how sleeping is important and sleeping, is important for kids, and then related to Benji being up all night. In those videos, let's talk about the ones in the kitchen. What is Benji doing at night in the kitchen?
Getting food.
And in the videos in the bedrooms, what is he doing in those?
Looking, or either trying to get out of the room to get food or looking for food in the room.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. That is a misstatement of the evidence, and he has no personal knowledge.
Is your objection speculation?
Yes.
Sustained.
In those videos, do you see Benji getting out of the room?
Yes.
Do you see him climbing the fence?
Yes.
Do you see him moving objects to get over the fence?
Yes.
And outside that room is the kitchen?
Yes.
So other than the barrier, the gate, were you aware of other locking mechanisms in the home?
Yes. There were locks on the door, the bedroom door itself as well.
Were there other choking hazards besides bread in the house?
Yes.
Okay. Did you notice any locks on the cabinets in the kitchen where people like traditionally keep like chemicals?
No.
Did you notice locks on the the bathroom cabinets where items like medication are kept?
No.
As it relates to locks, where were those locks located? What was behind every single one of those locks?
Food.
So looking at state's exhibit number 83. Appear to be the refrigerator to you?
Yes.
And then 29.
Pantry.
Pantry. You saw Benji get into the pantry in some of those videos, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as state's exhibit number 38. Does that appear to be inside the pantry?
Yes.
State's exhibit number 40. Particularly this part, and I'm going to show you 41. What is that?
Bread.
They appear to be full loaves to you?
Yes.
If you were worried about your child gaining weight, would you lock up the food?
No.
Did you ever go through any of the medical records?
The only medical records I saw pertaining to Benji were the ones shared with me by Dr. Molina, and those were growth charts.
Okay. So you're not aware of the 7/21/21 visit where the defendant claims that they're having trouble putting on weight, having trouble getting Benji to gain weight?
No.
And again, these photos were taken after 7/21/21.
Yes.
I'll pass the witness charge.
Okay, what's your surveillance? Which one?
This surveillance is
I'm showing you what states exhibit 78. Oh, maybe.
Is there a note up there?
Is it the, were you on this? Now, who's in charge of, so Miranda, it's her phone, and through your investigation, did you learn that Miranda's the one that's in charge of the surveillance, correct?
She showed me the surveillance on her phone, so I guess she was monitoring it on the phone.
Right. And so she was the one who would pull them down and save them to her phone or preserve them, right?
Yes.
And so you're relying on only what she's pulled down
Correct.
because you didn't go ask if there was additional ones that you could retrieve, right?
Correct.
So during the July 20th, 2021, police contact, the welfare check, they learned that the child has a behavioral specialist appointment. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. And so there's videos that are being saved potentially by Miranda, but they're Miranda who's saving them to her phone. And there's one on 7/28 at, hold on before we get there. It says 12:43 a.m. It's number 3, right?
Yes.
And would you agree with me, these times are not necessarily accurate because of the UTC times for the cell record report?
That's a question better asked for detective that downloaded the phone.
Right, but So we can't tell what time these actually relate to as far as whether, because it's on UTC time, we don't know if that's local time right now or some other time period, correct?
It would depend on whoever downloaded the report, if they converted it. There's an option to convert it when you use the Celebrate.
Okay,
So if somebody downloaded this and converted from the UTC, it would be the actual local times.
but you don't know if that was done here.
On this, I do not.
Okay. So in any event, that 7/20/21 welfare check, there was accusations that Benji had been scratching his eyes, right?
I believe so.
Okay. And then, so playing number 3. I want to call your attention to his arms. Do you see that he has wearing something on his arms?
Yes.
Okay. Now, stopping it at 29 seconds in, do you see that he's removed whatever's on his arms?
Yes.
Okay. The state asked you about the locks on 7/21/2021, and they said after the locks are put on, are they locked? And you said yes, correct?
Yes, and some of the videos, they are locked. You see Benji unlocking.
Okay. Well, to be clear, let me show you what's 28, and that's on July 15th, 2021. You would agree with me that on July 15th, there's no outside mechanism to lock,
Right.
correct? All right. Now, do you notice how he's hunkering down here?
Yes.
Did your kids ever squat when they pooped in their diaper?
Sure.
Does he look like he's squatting to poop?
Judge, I'm gonna check, it calls for speculation.
Let me ask this, I'll ask a different question.
If you can,
Did you hear him grunting?
Yes.
okay, thank you.
And back here in the background, it's, again, July 15th, you see water bottles that are out in the open.
Yes.
You see dishes that have food around, it's not locked up, correct? That where food has been being prepared for the
Yes.
family. And then I'm gonna play for you 27, which is from 7/16, the next day. Again, would you agree with me, there's no locks?
Yes.
Now, he picks up the bread in this one and he puts it back down, right?
Yes.
Okay. He's not so starving that he is gonna just eat whatever he can find, right? He's selecting what he wants to eat.
I'm gonna check this. Part of that question is a speculation as it relates to what is going on through Benji's mind.
That's sustained.
There's food here that he turns away.
Yes.
And then the one from 7/21, July 21st, 2021, and it's on video number 29. And now, for the first time, would you agree with me that we do see that some locks have been added, right?
Yes.
And they were present on 7/20/2021 when the officers came for the welfare check the night before.
Yes.
And when they came for the welfare check, these were not locked in those photos that I showed. Have you seen the photos?
No.
Okay, well, photos are in evidence, and if the photos show that they're not locked, you wouldn't dispute that.
Correct.
Right? She weren't there.
Right.
But you can see right here that in this video, the refrigerator's not locked. Or Benji was able to unlock it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so he's able to get into the refrigerator. And also, we can see dishes again that are on the sink. And he got some water, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, the last surveillance video you have is from July 21st, 2021, correct?
Yes.
So you don't know whether those locks ever got relocked again, whether they even utilized the locks. You just know that they're present, correct?
Correct.
I pass the witness.
One brief follow-up, Judge. What's been admitted already is State's Exhibit number 86, which was testified was taken on 7/20/21. Does that appear locked to you?
Yes.
Absolutely.
No further questions at this time.
May Detective Size be excused?
Based on recall, please.
Okay. Detective, thank you very much for your time today. Just please keep in touch with the state in case we need you back. And if you could hand those to the state, I believe, on your way.
Yes.
Oh, those are items of evidence. You can hand them to the state. They'll make sure they get in the right place.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
State?
And you are just on the state of rest.
Okay. May I please see the parties? A short break before we resume. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
may be seated.
Ms. Sawyers?
Yes, at this time, Your Honor, we call Dr. Eric Christensen.
Can you please have a seat, sir? Would you please raise your right hand and state your full name?
Eric Dean Christensen.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir. That microphone can be moved however you need to, and just, I think you've been through this before. We have a court reporter with us. Just make sure she can hear you. Counsel, please go ahead.
Thank you. If you can state your full name for the record.
Yes, Eric Dean Christensen, C-R-I-K, middle name Dean, D-E-A-N, last name C-H-R-I-S-T-E-N-S-E-N.
And what is your profession?
I am a forensic pathologist.
Okay, and in regards to being a forensic pathologist, let's start with what's your education background?
My educational background is, after graduating high school, I attended college where I completed a bachelor's degree in philosophy with minor in chemistry, minor in German. Went on to medical school at the University of Virginia. And after graduating from medical school, did a categorical pediatric year at Walter Reed Army Medical Center with the intent of going into pediatric oncology, but decided not to do that. So did some additional work for the Army for a few years in primary care, taking care of a wide variety of patients. Before going back and completing residency in anatomic and clinical pathology within the Army. And then eventually...
Let me stop you there. In your residency, when did you do your residency with the...
Did you say when?
Yeah, when did you do?
I did my residency from 1994 to 1998.
1994 to 1998?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
And that was with who?
That was at Madigan Army Medical Center in Tacoma, Washington.
And then from there, where did you go?
After finishing my residency, I went and worked as a hospital pathologist, director of the autopsy service, director of the blood bank at Fort Bragg for 2 years, and then left the Army to complete fellowship training in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Richmond, Virginia.
Okay. And when did you go into your fellowship?
Started in July of 2000. And finished in June of 2001.
And from there, after you finish your fellowship, where do you go?
So after completing my fellowship, I stayed in Richmond as one of the staff pathologists in that office for 1 year, and then moved to Greenville, South Carolina, where I was one of 2 medical examiners in Greenville County, where we did autopsies for that county and several adjacent counties. Was there for 6 years, and then in 2008 moved to Utah, where I have worked until the point of my retirement this past April.
Is that Salt Lake City, Utah?
In Salt Lake City, yes.
And so from 2008 to present, where have you been employed?
I worked in that office for 6 or 8 years initially as an assistant medical examiner, and then was appointed the chief medical examiner for the state of Utah beginning in July of 2016, a position that I held until I retired on April 1st of this year.
And so let's talk about do you serve on any board certifications? Do you have hold any board certifications?
Yes, I'm board certified by the American Board of Pathology in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology. I'm also a diplomat level certification from the American Board of Medical Legal Death Investigators.
And then are you also a diplomat on the National Board of Medical Examiners?
That's just the standard licensing exam that everybody has to pass once you complete medical school.
And then licensures, where are you licensed to practice medicine?
I'm currently licensed to practice medicine in Utah and Virginia.
in regards to your professional association service, have you had any involvement in those?
Yes, I'm currently a member of the Autopsy Standards Committee for the National Association of Medical Examiners. I have served as the reviewer and committee chair for the best written paper competition for the annual meeting of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. And I've served on some other committees as well. I was previously on the Inspection and Accreditation Committee for the National Association of Medical Examiners, currently on the Space and Aeronautics Committee for that group as well.
And in regards to committees, are you on any epidemiologic review committees?
Yes.
Mispronounce that.
Epidemiologic, yes. I have been, during my time in Utah as an employed medical examiner by the state, I was involved in multiple different committees that reviewed deaths with the purpose of trying to sort out, are there systemic issues here that we can use to apply that will help reduce similar deaths in the future. And so we would every month have a child fatality review meeting. Every month we would also have a suicide fatality review. There was a domestic violence fatality review meeting that I met periodically. There are probably others. There are at least 2 or 3 others that I can't think of, but I was also, by statute, a member of the Controlled Substances Advisory Board for the state of Utah, which would make recommendations to the legislature each year on what substances, new substances, or things might need to be added to the Controlled Substances Act to be regulated in that way. And then I also served for a brief period of time on the Cannabinoid Product Board for the state, where we made recommendations relative to the use of medical marijuana in the state of Utah.
And are you currently on the Sudden Death in the Young Clinical Review Committee?
I am, yes.
And what year did you start or join that committee?
It started, so the Sudden Death in the Young is a grant program from the CDC where we review the sudden deaths of all infants within the state, and actually all children in the state between birth and 18 years, with consent from families, gather samples for genetic testing in those individuals. And I'm part of what's called the Advanced Clinical Review Committee for that grant, where we review all of those deaths and make an ascertainment as to whether we believe their death was related to a seizure, whether it was related to a cardiac rhythm disturbance, or something else, or it's explained in some other way.
And then have you received any awards?
Probably. I don't remember that part of my. I did receive this year an award from the Department of Health. It was awarded by the Lieutenant Governor for my work in the office prior to retirement. I actually don't even remember the name of it now. It's named after a woman who was the first female legislator, a member of Congress from Utah, who was also a physician.
And then in regards to publications, have you had any publications?
I guess.
Okay. And at primary and also as a co-author of publications?
Yes, I've primarily authored a number of publications. I've co-authored many, many more publications, and have been also the co-author for a number of abstracts that have been submitted for review at meetings and subsequently published.
In all, how many publications do you think that you might have had?
I have not counted that up. I don't know. Dozens, I would say, but I don't know.
20 or 30?
Yeah, a few dozen at least.
Okay, and then in regards to the, have you ever lectured, been invited to lecture at places?
Yes.
Okay, and how many lectures have you approximately given over your career?
Dozens of those as well. I get invited periodically, and I lecture to all sorts of groups, from spoken at professional meetings as an invited lecturer. I teach at the medical school at the University of Utah, to pathology residents, to our forensic pathology fellows, as well as to medical students. lectured at police organizations, funeral directors associations, basically anyone who has an interest in what it is we do and why it relates to what they do.
And in the course of your career, how many autopsies do you think you have performed?
Somewhere over 7,000.
Okay. And so let's talk about Benjamin Cervera. Have you had an opportunity to review his case?
I have.
And in reviewing his case, do you recall the items that you have reviewed?
I reviewed almost 1,600 pages of medical records. I reviewed San Antonio Police Department report from July 20th, the night that a welfare check was called and I went to his house, and I also reviewed the associated body-worn camera video from that visit. Reviewed the subsequent medical records, specifically the CPS records rather, related to their investigation after the referral, their visit. I think that report was dated the 21st or 22nd of July. What else have I reviewed? The EMS records.
Did you review letters from the prosecutors from Dr. Lucifer, from Dr. Lucifer and Dr. Molina to the prosecutors?
There were multiple letters that I reviewed. I think there were 2 from Dr. Lucifer and 3 from Dr. Molina that were not written by either of those doctors, but they were essentially the contents of statements that were provided by the prosecutor I don't know if they were disclosed to you, I'm not sure where they were originally intended to go, but they are an outline of opinions of those 2 doctors.
And did you review the birth and death certificates for Benjamin Cervera?
I did.
As well as the autopsy report with the accompanying photographs?
Yes.
The x-ray and the accompanying documentation?
Yes.
Did you review the colored growth chart and graph from Dr. Molina that has been published to the jury?
Yes.
And did you review photographs from the apartment from 8/17/2021?
Yes, I did.
As well as hospital photos from 8/17/2021?
Yes.
And the morgue photos from 8/18/2021?
Yes.
As well as the items that were preserved by that were contained in the IME photos, one of which has been admitted into evidence?
Yes, I believe there were 3 of those.
As well as cell phone videos and stills of Benjamin from early afternoon on August 17th, 2021?
Yes.
I'm sorry, early afternoon, or was it in the morning?
That day, it's date stamped that day. I don't know specifically what time it is.
And then have you reviewed trial or transcripts of Dr. Lucifer and Dr. Molina's testimony regarding Benjamin Cervera?
Yes.
All right. Now, in reviewing the evidence or the items you had available to you, have you seen, let me ask you this, have you seen a lethal starvation case before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And have you seen it in children or adults?
I have, in an adult, I have performed the autopsy on one individual who starved to death, primarily from schizophrenia. He refused to eat because he thought he was being poisoned. And he was a prisoner at the state prison and eventually died from that. I have reviewed other child starvation cases in my consultation practice.
And in regards to lethal starvation in children being the cause, classified as the cause, how common is that?
It's very rare. Very rare in the United States. It's actually one of the leading causes of death in children worldwide, but that is mostly in the third world in the United States, and most of the developed world, that's a very rare thing to happen.
And in fact, you heard Dr. Molina's testimony that there's only been one other case besides Benjamin Cervera that's ever been, like in the last 20 years, that they've claimed was lethal starvation.
That's correct.
Okay. And so, how you make a diagnosis when you're evaluating a case that comes into you?
It all depends on the nature of the thing it is you're looking at. But when we approach autopsies, and the attempt is to figure out why did this person, or in a case like this, why did this child die, and not just why did they die when they did. And so there are a number of things that you will look at. Certainly, you will want to review all the investigative information that's available at the outset. There is no case that I'm aware of where I've had every bit of information available to me before I did the autopsy. And so you gather as much information as you can about what is known at the time that you start the exam, and you use that somewhat to guide what you do. But we also, the things that we do during the exam are, we try and always do the same things, collect the same samples, take the same photographs, and do things so that we don't miss things, because we only have really one shot at doing that exam. Once we're complete and the body's released, the family will, arrange for it to be interred or cremated or whatever. And so we do whatever we do in a way that we can answer the questions that will come up in the course of the investigation, because we just don't always know on day one what we're going to need to know.
And so after you do your initial autopsy, then is there additional steps that you engage?
So nearly always we would be waiting for some period of time for toxicology results. I think the fastest lab I've ever worked with will generally take at least 3 weeks to get toxicology results to us. In the meantime, we gather additional information, and that can be everything from police reports to try and look at what they know. We don't work for them, so it's, we're not trying to get specifically necessarily be influenced by them, but we need to know what they know as best we can. We will gather whatever medical records we can. If there are, and in a child case in particular, we're concerned both about the medical records concerning the terminal or final event, but we also want to look at the medical records related to their birth, medical records related to their visits to their pediatrician, whatever it is, that might help us understand what is their basic level of health and what are their issues. We will also try and look at if there are witness statements that are made about those. We'll try and look at those. If there are photographs from the scene of death or from the hospital or wherever else, we'll try and gather those, because those also provide us additional information. It will really depend somewhat on the case. And then that information that we gather is used to try and come to a conclusion as to the cause and the manner of death.
Now, why would you need medical records going back all the way to birth?
Because it tells you about what their, birth records in particular tell us things like, was this child premature? Was this child in any way diseased? Does he have any congenital anomalies or birth defects that would influence his current health? And sometimes we find that there's no relevance there, but unless you look, you don't know.
And then in regards to literature, this is as you stated, starvation is a very rare to be determined as a cause of death in the United States. So does literature play a part in this?
Yes. In just about every case where we establish what we call a differential diagnosis, where we say, okay, what are the possibilities for why this person or this child is dead? Based on the things that we find at autopsy, based on the things that we know when we get to that point, and then from there we do further exploration to try and get to either include or eliminate those possibilities as we go along, and hopefully get to the answer. Just about every medical examiner's office will tell you they have a small rate of cases, usually less than 1%, where no cause can be identified. Just about everything we do, we don't find a cause of death. But those are very unusual. And so other than that, then it comes down to can we find enough information that helps us narrow it to one cause and exclude all other causes, or comfortably exclude all other causes. There's a variety of levels of certainty that go with that. For example, if someone is shot and I identify a gunshot wound, recover a bullet, and those same, that's near certainty in terms of the cause of death. Other things are less certain. Someone might have, for example, an overdose, but the levels of the drugs might be not what we typically see in an overdose situation, but we don't find any other competing cause of death. And so that there certainly does come levels of certainty. And at some point, if you can't reasonably exclude other causes, then what we're left with is what we call an undetermined cause of death, which then by default nearly always results in an undetermined manner of death as well.
Now, does literature provide specific guidance for forensic pathologists in classifying the severity of malnutrition in cases where that is in question?
Yes. Like was said, these cases are rare. Nobody sees a lot of them. And many people will probably go their entire career and never see one. When you have cases with things that are that unusual, it's important to look at the medical literature and understand what is out there for people that have seen more or people that have aggregated a collection of cases like that and documented those findings. And there are a number of articles in the forensic literature that do that, that provide guidance on how you assess the degree of starvation present in someone who has died, and further go on and discuss what are the autopsy findings, what are the other things that we see that help us, make that diagnosis, that not only are they starved, but they starved to death.
Okay, and so when you say not only are they starved, but they starve to death, so is there a spectrum, of nutrition, I guess, or malnutrition?
Yes. So there's a number of terms that I guess have been used that you've heard over the course of this. So malnutrition is a term that simply means bad nutrition, and that can be bad because it's not enough. It can be bad because it's the wrong stuff. It can be bad for other reasons. Undernutrition specifically means that the person or child is not getting enough food to provide their nutritional needs. Starvation is just a term that means this person is undernourished to a period of time where it's putting their life in jeopardy, potentially. And so all of those things we look at. There are the forensic literature, at least two prominent sources and one author that has published in multiple locations, including 2 textbooks, has discussed the use of what I believe Dr. Molina described as clinical categorization systems or classification systems that develop to define or describe how children, specifically children, are undernourished and the degree of their malnutrition. And those classification systems can then provide guidance on how does this specific case fit into the overall pattern of what we see in other fatal cases. In specific, the Waterloo classification has been recommended by Dr. Medea, who's a forensic pathologist from Germany, as being reliable in looking at the degree of malnutrition that is present. And he is also looking at his own cases as well as other cases that are published in the literature, been able to describe the degree when classified according to the Waterloo classification, that deaths resulting from starvation nearly always fall within the severe range of malnutrition by that classification. There are some that are in the moderate range. There are none that he reports that are in the mild range. And so that literature does provide some guidance on how you apply these to children who have passed away.
And so in regards to the forensic literature, despite Dr. Molina's statement that these are only used in a clinical setting, did you find any substantiation that they're used and relied on by forensic pathologists?
Yes, and that they can be, yes.
Okay, and Dr. Medea would you say, a leading expert on starvation?
He, as a forensic pathologist, he has published more literature related to fatal starvation than any other source that I can find.
And he recommends using those classifications to determine that scale, correct?
Yes, he does.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, we're getting really close before I dive off into something else.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for the day. Thank you very much for your time and attention today. We are going to meet tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Please remember the instructions. Do not look up or research anything about the case or anything you may have heard during the course of trial. Do not read or listen to any media accounts of this trial or speak to anyone about any media accounts. Do not read or engage with any online comments that may be associated with the trial, and do not speak to anyone about the case or the evidence you have seen or heard, including other members of the jury. I hope you have a very safe travel home, and we will see you tomorrow at 9.
All rise for the jury.